Moment of silence for prayer or meditation. Thank you. Can we observe another moment of silence for those who have lost their lives through GBV and femicide? Thank you, councillors.
Good morning, councillors. It is hereby notified that the 45th Extraordinary Council meeting of the City of Johannesburg Municipality will be held on Tuesday and Wednesday, the 2nd and the 3rd of December 2025 at 10 a.m. at the Constance Konibabela Council Chamber in Braamfontein. And the first item on the agenda is opening.
Councillors, when you received your notice said council starts at 10 a.m. It does not say that at 10 a.m. you sign your register or you walk into council. It says we start at 10 a.m. Executive Mayor of the City of Johannesburg, in absentia, Councillor Cllr Morero, Whip of Council, Councillor Kazamula Chauke, members of the Mayoral Committee, in absentia, party leaders and whips, political leaders, chair of chairs, Councillor Vuhani Marema. A great welcome to our city manager, Dr. Floyd Brink, Secretary to Council, Mr. Andile, Secretary to Council, Mr. Andile Kobinga, officials of the City of Johannesburg, residents of the City of Johannesburg, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen in the gallery, I welcome you all to the 45th Ordinary Council meeting of the City of Johannesburg Municipality. The 25th of November marked the beginning of our annual 16 days of activism for no violence against women and children campaign, which takes place between 25 November and 10 December. I am a survivor of this. This year marks the 27th anniversary since the adoption of a campaign that has over the years raised much needed awareness of the devastating impact that gender-based violence and femicide has on women and children, and the very social fabric of our society. We appreciate the fact that national government has now declared GBV as a national crisis and hopes that this will reinforce and strengthen the systems that are already in place to end the scourge. We urge everyone to play a part in this regard and be activists against GBV in our homes, in our communities, in our workplaces, in our churches, and challenge cultural practices that perpetuate gender inequalities and consequent abuse of women and children at personal and societal level. Furthermore, each year on 1 December, World AIDS Day is observed, an important opportunity to raise awareness about HIV and AIDS, honor the lives lost, and show support for people living with the virus. This year marks 37 years since the first commemoration, and we encourage communities to continue with efforts and commitments to end GBV. Lastly, South Africa annually observes Disability Rights Awareness from the 3rd of November to the 3rd of December, culminating on the International Day of Persons with Disabilities on the 3rd of December. This month-long observance aims to remove barriers, promote inclusion, and raise awareness about the rights and contributions of persons with disability. I urge the city to put efforts in terms of improving systems that will dismantle social, physical, and systematic barriers, which will in turn contribute positively towards building a disability-inclusive, barrier-free South Africa. Councillors, please note that I have received requests from the executive and the legislature, respectively, that item 71, and 72 be considered first, and that all the motions be considered after the two items, starting with a no confidence motion against the executive mayor, and I have acceded to the request. At this point, I will allow 10 minutes for the number of councillors present in the chamber to be counted, and verification of the number of councillors who have signed the register so as to affirm quorum. Colleagues, we are asking for no movement. Please get into your seats so that you can be counted. Those councillors that are outside, can you walk inside so that we can count you? I thank you. Councillor Schrader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for getting my surname right. Madam Speaker,
Can you speak into the mic?
Madam Speaker, I'd like to raise a concern that the majority of the executive of this council chamber walk in while you are speaking or are completely absent, including the mayor. And this happens every single council sitting. They are councillors in this chamber, just like everybody else, and they should be respecting the council sitting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Schrader. Can we remain on our seats? They are busy counting us. Colleagues, can we be seated? We are now going to announce the amount of councillors we have. I must say that I am really not impressed with us today. Seriously, colleagues, we are honestly, it's as if we came to the park today and we did not come to the council chambers. And whoever is going to ask for leave to go early, you will not be allowed because you have made our time long. Thank you. We have 210 councillors in the chamber, Executive Mayor. We have 210 councillors in the chamber that we have written, that we have counted you, and only 205 of you have signed the register. So please, if you are the 5 that has not signed, please go and sign the register. Colleagues, allow me to also just welcome the following councillors. We want to welcome Action SA, Councillor Busisiwe Mwale. I hope I'm not doing injustice. Councillor Jabu Mabunda, Councillor Martin Tswadi, Councillor Mashango, Councillor Richard Mabunda, Councillor Timothy Temba, Councillor Kathleen Mochio, and Councillor Tumelo Shai. And we also want to welcome and congratulate the DA Ward Councillor Renata Jo van Onselen. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Councillor Maile. Thank you. Can we carry on, STC?
Councillors, we proceed to applications for leave of absence.
We have the following councillors that has written to us for leave of absence. MMCT in Conco for ill health, Councillor F. De Lange, private business, Councillor G. Ramara, private business, Councillor Z. Hughes, private business, and also on maternity, Councillor D. Hughes, private business, Councillor D. Brandt, ill health, Councillor E. Huggett, private business. Councillor J. Cherry, political party business. Councillor P. Mokwena, political party business. Councillor Z. May, political party business. Councillor C. Santana, early departure at 1600 hour for private business. Are there any further apologies from the floor? I see the hand of Councillor Makuba, and then I see Avance Smith, then I see the Chair of Chairs, and then I see Councillor Mohapi from EFF, and then I see Councillor Simonse. Councillor, your name is not showing to us, but Councillor Ntombela. And yeah, that's where we are. Can we go in that sequence?
Thank you, Speaker. For the IFP, Councillor Kanyile will be arriving late. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Next. Councillor Avance Smith, you were next.
Sorry. Good morning, Speaker. I just have some late arrivals. It's Councillor Yonka, Councillor Hoon, Councillor Reddy, and Councillor Mazabuka, who hit a pothole and is going to be late. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Councillor. Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Kindly acknowledge the following leave of absence from the African National Congress. Councillor Mhlari, she is asking to leave early due to some meetings at a ward. Councillor Rikine, family bereavement. Councillor Mazibukwana, family matters. Councillor Francisco, ill health. Councillor Sanima Bona, ill health. Councillor Stembiso Hlachwayo and Councillor Laibon and Councillor Mufuking and Councillor Masuku to leave early. The Mayor, Councillor Tatamrero, is asking to leave just after the certain items are discussed.
Chair of Chairs, just hold on, Chair of Chairs. On my left-hand side, there's a lot of noise, especially from 1, 2, 3, the fourth row. Please, colleagues, please. Thank you.
Councillor MMC Mqina to arrive late, and Councillor Masuku would leave at 2 o'clock. The executive mayor also would leave after we have discussed 1 or 2, 3 items that are coming. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you.
Next, Councillor Mohape.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings. From the EFF, we've got councillors who are off sick. It's Councillor Nhlapo, Councillor Nkosi, and Councillor Ndwele. Late arrivals, it's MMC Chwaku and Councillor Serrani and Councillor Ndo. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Simonse.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. LOAs that we've submitted to your office, just a correction. Councillor Z. May is in council today. We have late arrivals, Councillor Debbie, and then we also have MMC Kunene that is in the premises. He's just about to walk in, but is also requesting to leave a bit early. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor from Action SA.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. From Action SA, we've got Councillor Mohlala, ill health. Councillor Mabelebele, ill health. Councillor Mabunda, family responsibility. Councillor Mkonto, party business. And Councillor Van Wyk, late arrival. Speaker, thank you.
I'd like us to note Councillor Mpolo Bosho would like to leave at 3 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ntombela.
Thank you, Speaker. I forgot to mention Councillor Nkomo, ill health. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Schrader, your apologies were given. Are you having more? Can we note the apologies, please? Thank you.
We're now on official notices.
Hold on. Councillor Schrader, your hand was up. Okay, you are sitting down. Thank you so much. Can we carry on, SCC?
Yes, we now proceed with official notices.
Colleagues, please join me in wishing well to all councillors who are celebrating their birthdays during the month of November and December. Congratulations to all of you for growing a year older. I also want to congratulate South Africa, but also congratulate the city of Johannesburg that is led by the executive mayor, Councillor Cllr Morero, for hosting a successful G20 summit. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, councillors. I also want to say congratulations to the Democratic Alliance for retaining Ward 90 through the by-elections, and accordingly, we have already welcomed Ward 90 councillor. I would further like to welcome all Action SA councillors. Thank you, colleagues.
We're now on the statement by the Executive Mayor.
Executive Mayor, your statement.
The Speaker of Council, Councillor Margaret Arnolds, leaders of political parties, leaders of caucuses.
Executive Mayor, can you speak into the mic, please?
Is it better now, Speaker?
Yes, it is.
The reflection of my jacket, it's a city jacket, it's not a color belonging somewhere, it's just a city. So Councillor Echonzoku is just the color of the city. Let me take this opportunity to greet the Chief Whip of Council, Councillor Chauke, the Speaker of Council, Speaker Margaret Arnolds, the Chair of Chairs, Councillor Marema, leaders of different political party caucus, I take this opportunity to greet you. Madam Speaker, I want to take first and foremost an opportunity to acknowledge the work that the South African government and the people of South Africa displayed during the hosting of the G20, the first of its kind on African soil. We want to congratulate everyone who participated in ensuring that we deliver a world-class event at Nazareth, right here in Johannesburg. But what is it that is important about the G20, Madam Speaker? The G20 declaration of the Summit of Leaders, began by saying, and I would like to quote, "We leaders of the G20 who gathered in Johannesburg, South Africa, for this historic first summit on the African continent, under the South African G20 president on the 22nd of November, addressed major global challenges and discussed ways to promote solidarity, equality, and sustainability as the key pillars of inclusive growth." However, Madam Speaker, it further goes and states, I quote, "We welcome the commitments to the 8th replenishment of the Global Fund to fight AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria. jointly launched in Johannesburg by South Africa and the United Kingdom as a vital source of international multilateral funding to combat infectious diseases and strengthen sustainable health system, and a proven model to foster our global health security. These are the two events that happened in Johannesburg, the G20, and most importantly, as part of the social summit, we were able to replenish an important global fund that is addressing the fight against AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria. Let me conclude by indicating, Madam Speaker, that what was at the center of the G20 was a debt reform, an important aspect to address the debt that African countries find themselves in. And the G20 took a decision as part of the declaration to reform and review the debt that is owed by African countries in an attempt to try and allow growth and economic growth, especially in the African continent. It will also force matters around beneficiation to ensure that our minerals and resources do not leave the country as raw materials, but as finished products. And that, should it happen in the next few years, is an indication that Africa will be self-sufficient on the basis of the resources that we have. Let us also note the intransigent and arrogance that has been displayed by the United States President and the American administration. The people of America decided to form part of some of the interventions of the G20, including the social G20 that was hosted in Johannesburg, as a demonstration that the American people do not agree with the arrogance of their president, who does not represent anything except representing an idea of those that seek to undermine the progress of building a better world and a better society. So we want to call on President Trump and those amongst in South Africa who continue to support an ideology that undermines world peace to know that we are watching, and we will take steps against those who perpetuate an agenda that has never been approved and supported by South Africa. There's no genocide of white people in South Africa. And we must continue to demonstrate to President Trump, and hence in this council you can see a reflection of the clear demographics of South Africa. Otherwise, some would not have been in this council chamber if in South Africa. Let us not allow perpetuation of such statements, because they have an ability to derail the progress towards development of our country, of the continent, and of the world. With that being said, Madam Speaker, let me conclude. We are continuing with high-impact service delivery beyond the G20 to ensure that we continue to give services to our people, ensure that we deal with all service delivery failures that we are faced with. And South Africans has demonstrated through CEOs of companies that they want to be part and parcel of ensuring that we can save Johannesburg from decay and collapse. We are ready, and we also want to call on others on the other side to also join this important journey of rebuilding this city, because all of us have an interest in the future of this city. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Executive Mayor.
Councillors, we proceed with confirmation of minutes, and these are minutes of the 44th extraordinary meeting held on the 23rd of October 2025, and also minutes of the 34th ordinary council meeting held on the 30th of October 2025.
Councillor Smith, Freedom Front Plus.
Speaker, I've got no, there's no amendments from the Freedom Front side. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor C. Forisho from the DA.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The DA believes it's a true reflection of both meetings. Thank you.
Can we confirm the minutes? Are the minutes confirmed? Thank you.
Proceeding to item 5, and that's questions for written reply, of which notice has been given in terms of Rule 105, subsection 2, subsection 2, and Rule 112A and Rule 111A of the Standing Rules and Orders of Council.
Executive Mayor, on the questions.
Speaker, they have been loaded, so I guess you would have access. Thank you.
Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, Speaker. It has been loaded on the drive, thanks.
Thank you so much. Confirmation that both questions from Executive as well as Legislature has been loaded on the drive.
We now move to recommendations to Council, starting off, we're now in recommendations to Council,
Executive Mayor.
I hereby table recommendations to Council for Council consideration. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very much, Honorable Madam Speaker. I rise to table the reports from the Legislature. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs.
We will start off with the escalated items, starting off with item 71, which is the loan funding for 2025-26.
Councillor Ran. Schrader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With all the elevations, please could the DA caucus request a 15-minute caucus break, please?
We are granting a 15-minute caucus break. You are back at 10:02. Pardon? Chair of Chairs.
Sorry, Madam Speaker. I had thought that you will read the letter that I had submitted on a request to the Legislature, unless if you're going to do it when they come back from the caucus. Just as an indication that we have requested for elevation of some.
Chair of Chairs, when I did my opening remarks, I did say that I received from the Executive to elevate their 2 items, and that also the Legislature had asked for elevations of the motions, and that we start off with a motion against the Executive Mayor. I did allude that. Thank you so much. Go to caucus. Colleagues, can we start settling down? Can we take our seats? We are 5 minutes over the time. Those that asked for the caucus break, they are here. Can we settle down? Colleagues, the rules allows us to fine you financially if you don't do certain things. And we are going to do that. If you are late, if you are not seated when you're supposed to be seated, we are definitely going to fine you. And we are going to fine you financially. Those that don't belong in the chamber, can we move out? And those that belong in the chamber, be seated. Someone is watching who's not at their seats. So we will be calling you out who's not seated after the 15 minutes. Councillor Schrader, can you report back? IT, can the mics work, please?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you for affording us the 15 minutes. Madam Speaker, I'd like to just make a note. For the 2026 year, if we could look
Just hold on. On my right-hand side, there's too much noise, there's too much movement. Can we be seated? You are walking on your feet. We don't come in walking on our mouths. Thank you, Councillor Schrader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for affording us the 15 minutes caucus break. Please could we request, though, that we actually look at that this council looks at designated separate rooms for caucuses to happen. A caucus of 70 is caucuses, and we caucus in the passage. Other parties do not respect that. They make noise, they walk through. When we're having a caucus break, we are quite disciplined and say that we need our 15 minutes, but if we are going to look at the disrespect from other parties, when we are a caucus of 70, we are going to actually ask for longer time, which is going to make this less efficient, and it's also disrespectful to each other as we do this. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Schrader. Please read in the item.
Councillors, we resume with item 71, and that is the loan funding for 2025-26 to 2026-27 financial year, and that's for International Finance Corporation.
Councillors in the passage, on the aisles, can we please councillors in the passage and those that are coming in, asseblief toch. Thank you so much. Freedom Front Plus, Councillor Seaboer. Councillor Mhlongo, please don't answer back.
Morning, Mr. Speaker, fellow councillors, all protocol observed. I'm rising on item 71, the loan funding from the International Finance Corporation. This loan was already, in principle, approved on last year's council meeting or earlier this year. And it's pleasing to see that on this 750 million rand loan, the interest rate has come down. And there's one good reason for that, because the city was actually, one couldn't say upgraded, but the outlook for the city was changed by the credit rating agencies from negative to stable. And that shows in a way that the city is handling especially the long-term debts in an efficient way. We've been able to repay our long-term loans. We paid another 2.5 billion rand by the end of June last year. So our long-term loans are handled on a very efficient way. Having said that, the short-term portion looks totally different. But to conclude, the Freedom Front does not have a problem with this loan. It is in favorable terms. It's over a 15-year period, and we will support this loan given the current circumstances. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Boer. Councillor Essen Konyeni from Action SA. They are not here. Councillor Santana from the DA.
Morning, Chair. Morning, Speaker. I rise to speak on the loan funding for the 26-27 financial year, the International Finance Corporation loan. Madam Speaker, obviously reviewing the documents, yes, I understand that the interest rates are a little bit more favorable than before, but then it was also then covered by a floating rate by 0.32%. Also of concern is the fact that we have the additional 1.1 million being payable to legal fees to draft up the documents. Now, one would expect that as part of the loan and would be covered up in the front end and the initial costs in 11.25 million rand in that, and not an additional 1.1 million over and above that. I know in reality it's small change if we look at the city's budget, but it's still a principal issue. Madam Speaker, the biggest issue that the Democratic Alliance has is the fact that as a city we cannot prove whether we have applied to National Treasury for the municipal infrastructure grants and whether they've been given or not. So why would we want to go take out a loan to fund infrastructure when, if the entities, being Joburg Water and City Power, were, as part of the trading reforms, compliant, they would receive loans from National Treasury for free, interest-free. This loan attracts, at the end of the day, a total cost of in excess of 1.56 billion rand after the 15 years. Why would we want to subject our residents to payment of interest, as I've mentioned, when if we apply to the National Treasury...
Santana, just hold on. Can Action SA councillors that are walking in, walk in silence, please? You are already over the 15 minutes that we granted to the DA. And now you are disrupting us. Thank you, Councillor Santana.
Thank you, Speaker.
Just hold on. I see the hand of your leader.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. I just want to remind you of the rules of council that says that no one should be walking in when there's a councillor on the floor. And you've just asked them to walk in quietly. They must wait until everybody has spoken.
Yeah. No, thank you, Councillor. I said that because they were already halfway in, and it seems like they don't read their rule books. No, it's nothing to do with new. They got rule books. They got rule books when they came in. And it's really not nice, the disrespect that we are getting. Councillor Santana?
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, councillors.
Thank you, Speaker. In wrapping up, obviously, like I mentioned, if the council can show us that we actually applied for the municipal infrastructure grants and the reason for it not being obtained, we would could consider otherwise. But as it stands right now, the Democratic Alliance will not support the additional loans, as we feel when we get the trading reforms up and running properly, the money is for free to the city of Johannesburg. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Santana. Next councillor, EFF, Councillor Netemba.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to the caucus leader of the EFF in his absentia, Gwenetwaku. Greetings to the chief whip of the EFF, Tabisa Mkhapi. Greetings to the 29 battalions of the EFF. Greetings to all councillors, and greetings to the city manager. Speaker, I raise to speak on item 71, which is a resolution brought forth to council regarding the revised funding planning for the 2025-2026 medium-term expenditure framework. Speaker, as the EFF, we support this because we need money in order to fix the problem that Johannesburg Water has. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Netemba. Councillor Khatebe of the ANC.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Greetings to you, the Executive Mayor, Mayoral Committee, Chairpersons of committees, the Chair of Chairs, Chief Whip of Council, fellow councillors, and the residents of Johannesburg. Madam Speaker, I rise on item 71, which is the loan for 750 million. Madam Speaker, as the African National Congress, we've gone through the loan. We believe it's what Johannesburg needs now. We've been, from time and again, having issues with our infrastructure, particularly Joburg water. Our reservoirs are not in good condition. Our sewer lines are not in good condition. And this loan will give us an opportunity to make sure that we reinvest in our infrastructure so that we secure, our infrastructure for the future. The loan conditions are quite favorable. I think when you go through them, you can see that they're not as bad as previously. And I also agree with what Councillor Boer said, that when you analyze our long-term loans, you can see that they've been handled in a quite, good way. So as the African National Congress, we support the loan, and we can see that all the steps were followed. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Khatebe. MMC Masuku.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. A very good morning to yourself, the Executive Mayor, the Chief Whip of Council, fellow MMCs, Chair of Chairs, as well as all caucuses. I wish to thank the councillors who have supported this report. Through you, Madam Speaker, I do just want to clarify that the City of Johannesburg actually is fully compliant with all the National Treasury reforms. In actual fact, on the record, the City of Johannesburg is actually leading in the national trading reforms programs. The Executive Mayor and myself actually also attended a meeting with the Minister Enoch Godongwana with other metros, and there was credit given to Johannesburg. On the part of the process, I want to confirm that the City of Johannesburg, we actually published the information statement in April already, and we invited the public and provincial and national treasury at the end of April to actually do, and we also submitted the proposed agreement to council. So we actually followed all the processes, everything is compliant, and this is going to assist us, this is going to assist us in terms of, as Councillor Khatebe already indicated, that our infrastructure in terms of Joburg water. So we are truly grateful to the caucuses that are supporting this, because you are making sure that we deliver services to the residents of Johannesburg, the Joburg that we all want, the Johannesburg that will make sure we become a world-class African city. So those who are not supporting the report means they are not supporting service delivery. We ask Council to support progress in the city of Johannesburg. I thank you.
Thank you so much, MMC. Colleagues, recommendations are on page 71.5 to 71.6. Is the item agreed to?
Section 160 sub 2 or 10, so you need to get 136 on this one. So you check the yeses. Those who abstain.
Can I then do the following? Can we are going to vote on the item. Can we get the yeses? Those who are in favor of the item, can you raise your hands? You can drop your hands, the yeses. Can I see those who are not in agreement? Okay, you can lower your hands. Are there councillors that are abstaining? Colleagues on my left, please. Asseblief toch. Oh, on my right, sorry. Sorry, on my right. Okay, thank you. Colleagues, those who abstained are 3. Those who said no are 99. And those who said yes are 134. But we can before you clap hands, the item cannot be carried. It needs, wait, colleagues. The item cannot be carried because we need 136 to carry the item. Chair of Chairs. Colleagues, can I listen to the Chair of Chairs?
No, thank you very much, Speaker. I was just whispering with the whip here of council. And the reason why I raised my hand is that we needed a recount because I'm still speaking. So the numbers that the whip is showing me here, it's not tallying with what the quorum, people who are seated here. So can we please
Thank
get
you,
a
Chair of
recount?
Chairs. Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Colleagues, and I'm also looking at the numbers, and I honestly want to agree with some of it, because people are outside when they are supposed to be inside. No, wait, please. Please. Secondly, I spoke this morning about 10 o'clock and walking in at 10:10. I spoke about discipline, but we are ill-disciplined. And I'm going to repeat, we are going to fine you financially. Eating in the chamber, doing other things that you are not supposed to do in the chamber, we are going to deal with it. So we are definitely going to have a recount. Good. We are going to ring the bell and we are going to ensure that everybody's in. Action SA, you can't even complain. You were all outside. Councillor Schrader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when a vote happens in this chamber, whether you like the outcome or don't like the outcome is the outcome. We can't keep counting until you get the outcome that you want. So, sorry.
Councillors, can we be bullied? Wait, Councillor, wait, MMC. Councillors, if somebody asks for a recount, it can be done. It can be done. We can have a recount. We can have a recount. I'm going to allow MMC, and then we are going to ring the bell, and then we are going to have a recount. MMC? You got, just hold on, MMC. You are now walking out again. You are now walking out again.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Colored Lives Matter. I'm happy that you've made a ruling. We are in council here, Madam Speaker. We can't be told you voted, outcome is outcome, as if we are talking ketile here. I'm happy that you have made that ruling, Madam Speaker. Let us recount.
Can we ring the bell, please, or hit the drums, whatever we call it? Where's Alex? Yes, Alex Christians? Councillor Christians? Councillor Christians? Hi, I didn't see you today. Welcome to council. Use another mic. Okay, I want to say that I don't think the mics right at the back will be, okay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the reason why the whip has put me at the back today is because I have a herniated disc, so I can't sit straight up, and at times I've got to stand. So we didn't want to disrupt the way the council moving. Madam Speaker, you made a statement that in terms of the rules is silent on a recount. The only time it speaks to a recount is during a recall, and the difference must be less than 5. The difference was much more than 5. So, Madam Speaker, which rule are you...
Can I have the bell rung? And can we ensure that all councillors are in? Can we do that? Whoops, can you do that? Councillor Belinda, can we just soften that? Can the drums just go softer, please? Councillor Belinda.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I just want to draw your attention to your ruling that you just made, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much. Rule 86(3) is very clear that the difference should be more than 5, should be less than 5. We have 99 people that said no, we have 134 that said yes, and 4 that abstained, and we have
Councillor
210
Belinda,
people
I
in the
can't
House.
hear you.
And
No,
we have
I
two-
can't. I can honestly not hear.
And we have 210 people in the House. I would like to caution you on record about the ruling that you had just made, because it could have other implication, and the DA reserve our right to take this up elsewhere. Thank you so much.
You are warned. Wartsiba. Wartsiba ngwana mogala. You are warned.
Colleagues, are we all in the chamber? But really, if people are so ill-disciplined, it also doesn't work for me. Ek nodig die mense om te skree op my nie. We don't happen to be is anybody's child here. We don't. There are people in the gallery. You are on Facebook. You are all over. And from here on my screen, I can see who's screaming. On my screen, I can see. Councillor Boer. Councillor Samanse, is all your councillors in?
Madam Speaker, can I just remind you of a ruling that this council has made about 6 months ago, that on any vote by hands, that you first ask for the abstentions, thereafter for the yeses, and thereafter for the noes. Because if you do it other way around, parties can make their decision based on the previous results. So please, it was ruled by this council, it was accepted by the Rules Committee. It's not in the rule book as yet, but let us stick to that rule. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Boer. Thank you so much for that. Okay, I assume everybody is inside, and we can then go to the business again. There's no one that's going to enter. Protocol, can you close the doors? Nobody enters, nobody goes out. So as je uit is, dan je uit, as je in is, dan je in. Can we have the yeses? The abstentions. Can we have those that abstain? Those that abstain? The noes?
Amen.
Carry on shouting.
What?
Why are you not shouting this time?
Why?
You were shouting at me last time, so.
I shouted already.
Okay, you're done. You're out of words. I'm tired.
Well, I know.
Yeah, I'm sure. Sorry?
I'm sure they
did. I'm always. I wake up every day choosing violence. Sure they did.
Why didn't you ask the caucus for 2 hours? And call people.
137.
Speaker.
Can we be pleased, can we be disciplined and not walk in and out? Please, colleagues, don't do what you are doing. You can lower your hands, please. Can I have those that are saying yes? Can you lift your hands?
Madam Speaker.
And,
Low 71. Mabas, I will make 71.
Councillors, please.
Ngiyababona. Sizobabona mababuya. Siyobabona on Friday lapha. Siyobabona on Friday. Ntambama ebusuku.
Colleagues, you can lower your hands. Thank you. Is it? Raadslid Boer, ek hoop ek doen het reg nou as ek uitlees. Those who abstain are 3. Those who said no is 102. Those who said yes is 137. The item is carried. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, councillors. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, councillors. Before I take councillor, councillor, you can't so swear nie. Before I take councillor Niemand, I must say, where we had 99, we now have 102. It shows there were people outside. Where we had 134, we now have 137. And I want to say that this is all because of ill discipline. We are almost like kindergarten. Councillor Niemand? Where? Okay, councillor.
Disrespecting this council. He just rises, but you've pointed people. No, but he must indicate. He can't rise. No, Speaker. When a person is talking, he can't just
MMC.
rise and then raise his hand like this.
MMC?
He must switch on his mic.
MMC, can I speak on what the MMC has spoken? Councillor Christians, he did say what was wrong with him, but I think the rising of the hand is sending a different signal. The rising of the hand and the standing. I sympathize with you, what you're going through, but the rising of the hand is something that must most probably send a wrong signal. Councillor Niemand, your hand was up.
Yes.
You can't sit down.
No, thank you, Speaker. I will stand up because you gave me the permission and you're protecting me. Thank you for that. I rise on terms of Rule 84 to formally record the DA's opposition, and that must be recorded in the minutes of the sitting. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Christians, I'm not taking other hands. The DA has expressed themselves. Action essay? Councillor, what's her name? The one next to Gertrude. Councillor Ntombela, that is unparliamentary or council. Councillor Kotris.
Madam Speaker, good morning and good morning to fellow councillors. Actually, I would like to, we'd like it to be noted, Madam Speaker, and you speak about discipline in the House. However, you are flouting the rules and standing rules and orders of council. Madam Speaker, we're speaking about Rule 86.3, we're speaking about Rule 87.1, we're speaking about Rule 87.2, we can go on. And if we speak about the MFMA, we must remember, Madam Speaker, that the MFMA requires that financial items must be recorded by vote, which we've done, but it does not allow reopening a vote once results are announced, or counting councillors who are outside. That's what the MFMA says, Madam Speaker. Who am I? Manipulating the process due to political dissatisfaction. So that's from Action SA. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Baie dankie.
Councillors, we proceed with item 72, and that's the amendment of contract A834 for the provision of specialized legal services for the City of Johannesburg in terms of Section 32, subsection 3 of the MFMA.
And we call Councillor Margaret from the DA.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Sorry, Madam Speaker, I just have to get my papers
Can you
together.
speak into the mic, please?
Madam Speaker, fellow councillors, council officials, ladies and gentlemen, on 30 June 2021, a panel of attorneys was approved to provide special legal rights services to the council. The term of that panel was 3 years. Accordingly, the mandate of the legal providers on the panel to provide legal services expired on 30 June 2024. However, at that stage, a new panel had not been constituted. In order to ensure the provision of external legal services, an item was brought to Council, item 84, on 18 and 19 September 2024, seeking to extend the term of the panel for a further 12 months. During that particular session, I pointed out in a speech that there had been no compliance with Section 116(2)(d) of the MFMA, which provides that the accounting officer must regularly report to the council of the municipality or the board of directors of the municipal entity as may be appropriate on the management of the contract and the performance of the contractor. The accounting officer in this context is the city manager. To the best of my knowledge, no such report has ever been provided to the council or the Governance Oversight Committee in regard to the performance of the members of this panel. And yet the Department of Group Legal and Contracts was seeking to extend the period of the panel without any apparent review of the performance of its members. This was despite the fact that there had been several instances of the Johannesburg High Court criticizing the conduct of the department and the firms representing it in their handling of litigation before that court since 30 June 2021, when the panel was constituted. Section 116(2) of the MFA provides that the accounting officer must monitor on a monthly basis the performance of the contractor under the contract and report to council. Accordingly, the council was put in the unenviable position that it was obliged to extend the mandate of the firms on the current panel without any feedback as to the desirability of continuing to employ them. I stated that the alarming lack of transparency on the part of the city administration to provide the necessary information in regard to the performance of the members of the panel and the failure of the city manager to comply with his obligation to keep this council apprised of the management of the contract and of the performance of the panel members deserved the strictest censure. On 27 February 2025, I gave a speech in this council in which I once again raised the poor management by the City of High Court litigation. This was in response to the performance assessment report of Group Legal and Contracts referred to in item 36 in that agenda. In that speech, I stated that the city's management of High Court litigation was in shambles and that the Johannesburg High Court's adverse comments and a number of judgments handed down over the previous 2 years on the city's poor conduct of litigation brought into sharp focus the failure of Group Legal and Contracts. I mentioned that in some cases, the Johannesburg High Court had taken the unusual step of making additional orders against city officials and the city's legal representatives, and that this was a clear indication of serious infringements of court rules and legal practice. I also mentioned that the executive mayor had failed to respond to questions concerning the costs incurred by the city in these particular matters. Instead, the questions had been referred to the MMC or Finance, who at that stage had not responded. I mentioned that the budget for contracted services, a large part of which would include provision for attorney and counsel fees, stood at a staggering 282 million rand for the council financial year 2024 to 25. Since then, this council has approved a budget for 25-26, which makes provision for another 250 million for contracted services. It is the citizens of Johannesburg, who are paying the price for this mismanagement. I called for immediate action to address these concerns, stating that we owed it to the people of Johannesburg to ensure that the city's litigation management is transparent, efficient, accountable, and cost-effective. It seems that these pleas fell on deaf ears, because at the council meeting held on 30 September, Group Legal and Contracts sought to extend the term of the panel yet again for a further 9 months. The item in question was item 45. However, it failed to deal with the failure by the city manager to deal with section 1162D of the MFMA. That is the requirement that the city manager report on the management of the contract and the performance of the contractor. I pointed this out yet again in a speech delivered at that time to council, and that section 116(1)(b)(3) requires such a contract to be renewed every 3 years. I also stated that once again, this council was being put in a position that it was obliged to extend the mandates of the panel members without any feedback as to the desirability of continuing to employ them. I reminded the council that there had been trenchant and continuous criticism by the Johannesburg High Court of the manner in which the city has conducted litigation before it since this panel was constituted on 30 June 2021. Now today, we are faced again with a report which seeks to correct an error in the previous items in that it is claimed that the resolutions did not make it plain that the reasons for seeking the extension of the panel had been communicated to the council. But as explained, these reasons are inadequate to determine whether the performance of the panel members was satisfactory and sufficient to give comfort to the council that their services should be continued to be used. And the persons who are tasked with reviewing the performance in terms of section 116 are the city manager and the CEOs of the municipal entities. Now the city manager is asking to be exonerated from any potential liability in terms of section 32(1)(b) of the MFMA. I am advised that in October, SCM supply chain management in this council
You have 10 seconds left.
flagged expenditure on litigation is potentially open to question as constituting unauthorized, irregular, or fruitless and wasteful expenditure, which should be referred to the Auditor General.
Can you sit down, please, Councillor? Your time is up. Can you please sit down, Councillor? Your time is up. Councillor R. Netemba from EFF.
Thank you, Speaker.
Speaker, as the EFF, we know the report. As you know, Cardinal Pillar number 7 of the EFF says, open, accountable, corrupt-free government and society. So as the EFF, we don't see any problem with fixing the errors. We know the report. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Notemba. Can I have Councillor Khatebe from the ANC?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Greetings once again. As the African National Congress, we note the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. MMC Masuku.
Thank you once more, Madam Speaker. I think on the record, I must correct. Okay, firstly, thank the councillors who are noting the report, but I must correct Councillor Murray. He is actually referring to an incorrect court outcome. It did not speak to the group contracts and legal contract number that he's referring to. So I think the information that you have is incorrect, Councillor. I will furnish you, but in terms of A834, that is not what actually the court made a ruling on. So you need to check and verify your facts because you are actually misleading counsel. This is a correction of an error in terms of a resolution. Council already passed the resolution on this particular report, and the city manager that is being referred to in question, we must indicate that we now have a new city manager. On the dates you are mentioning, at that time, Dr. Floyd Brink was not a city manager, but I think he heard you and he will comply with making sure that he brings the necessary reports for supply chain management in line with the MFMA. He is listening, he's here in council. That is his responsibility as per the MFMA. It is actually important that when councillors raise these issues, they also acknowledge that at the time, Madam Speaker, when you are alleging that the executive mayor did not respond, it is at the time Madam Speaker was transitioning from finance to become the speaker, and at that time, there had not been an appointment of an MMC, so the executive mayor then ultimately appointed myself, and I'm happy your sentence says at that time, because now those questions actually were answered thoroughly so, Madam Speaker. We ask Council to note the correction of the error on the wording of the resolution for this particular contract. Thank you so much.
Thank you, MMC. Colleagues, the recommendations are on page 72.3 to 72.4. Is the item agreed to?
No. No.
I heard the yeses. And the people on the table also heard the yeses. Councillor Niemand.
Mevrouw die Speaker, dankie. Dis Councillor Gert Niemand. Baie dankie. In terme van reël 84 vra ek dat die DA se oppositie teen die item formeel opgeneem word in die notules van die raadsvergadering. Baie dankie.
Baie dankie, Councillor Niemand. Next item, STC.
We now proceed to item 7, and those are motions, starting off with the fourth motion, and that is a motion of a vote of no confidence against the Executive Mayor of the City of Johannesburg, Councillor Cllr Morero.
Can I have the proposer, Councillor K. Gwamanda? Colleagues, we have someone that's on the podium. Please, you can proceed, Councillor Gwamanda.
No, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Good morning to yourself. Good morning to the Executive Mayor, Councillor Dada Morero. I learned this during a meeting yesterday. let me acknowledge as well Hotel, Dr. Brink, the city manager, and his administration, as well as the members of the mayoral committee. Madam Speaker, I would like to take an opportunity to indicate and register with council that an approach was adopted, and I'm grateful for the fact that the executive mayor felt it important to take it upon himself to engage the affected parties who then took a decision to take it.
Can you listen? Carry on, Councillor Gwamanda.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we did have a window of opportunity to address the critical concerns in relation to service delivery. But unfortunately, the executive mayor at the time was unavailable. And when he was, I think he demonstrated that when you need something done correctly, you need to do it yourself. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the Patriotic Alliance, ATM, as well as APC, because those political parties assisted in us resolving as the Political Management Committee to ultimately withdraw this particular motion. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Gwamanda. The motion is withdrawn.
We now go back to the first motion, and that is the motion of a vote of no confidence against the chairperson of Gender, Youth, and People with Disabilities Committee, abbreviated GYODI, and that is Councillor Yongama Zigebe.
I would want to ask that we hear what was read into record, because I, sitting next to the STC, could not even hear what he was saying. So can we, no, Councillor Belinda, we are not going to hear so that we are disrespectful and we don't respect council and do what we are doing. Can we get Councillor P. Simelane, the proposer of the motion?
Ngibingelele endlini ngaphakathi, ngibingelele usomlomo, ngibingelele usodolopho wethu, ngibingelele amakhansela wonke ngaphakathi okhulumayo uKhansela Simelane ku 16 days of activism. Simile la ngaphambili sithi Khansela Zigebe bowakhe endleleni mawushaya ikhanda ingane zakhona ziyasukuma sizoxolela nathi kwamanje siya withdraw.
The motion is withdrawn.
Councillors, we proceed with the second motion, and that is a motion of a vote of no confidence against the chairperson of Health and Social Development Committee, and that's Councillor Thapelo Ahmad.
The proposer, Councillor N. Mazibuko.
Thank you, Speaker. Good morning, Speaker. Good morning to the Executive Mayor. Good morning to the Mayoral Committee. Speaker, ngimalapha mkwakho ngithi le motion say withdraw. Kodwa ukusho ukuthi asikhohlwanga. Sisho nje ukuthi for the sake of progress abantu mabangaphamisa izandla when it's not necessary. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you, Councillor Mazibuko. The motion is withdrawn.
The third motion is a motion of a vote of no confidence against the chairperson of Section 79 Oversight Committee on Governance, and that's Councillor Lubabalo Magwenju.
Councillor F. Sendane.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Good day to the Executive Mayor. Greetings to the Chief Whip. Greetings to the entire caucus of the African National Congress. Speaker, I rise to withdraw the motion, but Speaker, it must be noted, we don't withdraw the motion because we don't have numbers. We are simply withdrawing the motion on the basis that we sat and we managed to find each other. Like Mkuluwa Khalima Motlante will always say, we must find one another at all material times. So we have found one another, we withdraw. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Sandane. So the motion has been withdrawn. Next item, STC.
On the fifth motion, it's a motion to rescind the 200 rands electricity surcharge in the city of Johannesburg.
Proposer, Councillor Olsen.
Thank you.
Can you please speak into the mic, Councillor Olsen?
Sorry, Madam Speaker, it just went off. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I greet you all in the precious name of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen. Amen. Greetings to you, Madam Speaker, Executive Mayor, MMCs, councillors, distinguished guests, and residents of Johannesburg. Madam Speaker, I, Christian Rolson, Councillor Christian Rolson, rise on the motion to rescind the 200 Rand electricity surcharge in the city of Johannesburg in line with Rule 89.2 in the Standing Rules of Council. Madam Speaker, we, the proposer and seconder of this motion, note with deep concern the widespread public outcry following the introduction of the 200 Rand monthly electricity surcharge imposed on the residents of Johannesburg. This surcharge, applied to prepaid electricity users, was initially introduced with the stated intention of ensuring that all electricity customers contribute equitably to the cost of maintaining and upgrading the city's electrical network. Historically, prepaid customers were charged only for their consumption, and the surcharge was intended to correct this imbalance. While the rationale was understood at the time of the introduction,
Colleagues on my left, on my right, I can hear your conversations. I can also answer on the conversations. Executive Mayor, I can answer on all your conversations that you had now. Please, colleagues. Councillor Maile, I've just asked others to. Councillor Olsen, you can continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. While this rationale was understood at the time of introduction, the practical consequences of this policy have proven devastating for thousands of households across the city. The 200 Rand electricity surcharge has caused immense financial pain and suffering to residents who are already burdened by the rising costs of living and escalating municipal tariffs. Many households in Johannesburg are battling to survive under the weight of excessive utility charges, including the high cost of water, sewage, and electricity, compounded by taxes and additional service fees that are levied when residents recharge their prepaid meters. Instead of achieving equity, the surcharge has exacerbated inequality disproportionately, affecting low-income and working-class families who are forced to choose between basic needs such as food, transport, and electricity. The surcharge has not only deepened the cost of living crisis, but has also eroded the public trust in the city's governance and commitment to pro-poor policies. The City of Johannesburg has a duty to protect the most vulnerable residents of Johannesburg from unjust and disproportionate financial burdens. The 200 Rand electricity surcharge stands as a punitive and regressive measure that undermines the principles of fairness, equity, and social justice. For the reasons outlined above, the proposer seconder hereby calls for the immediate rescinding of the 200 Rand surcharge and commit to pursuing equitable and inclusive solutions for sustainable and service delivery. The 200 Rand electricity surcharge imposed on the prepaid electricity users should be immediately rescinded.
20 seconds left.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With effect from the next billing cycle. Madam Speaker, this is not about politics. This is about saving the lives of the residents of Johannesburg. Let us show the residents of Johannesburg that we don't just talk, but we actually care about them. I ask that.
Thank you, Councillor Olsen. Do we agree with the motion? Okay. Can I have the seconder, please?
Shalom, shalom, Madam Speaker. Allow me to first acknowledge our Almighty God, eternally existent in three persons, God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit. And I greet the Executive Mayor, his executive, the residents of the city of Joburg, and our regional leader, Bongani Ngema of the city of Joburg, of the ACDP. We greet you, and I greet you all councillors in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
Madam Speaker, I stand to support this motion, and I'll just continue to where Councillor Rosen did not finish. It is therefore recommended that the council resolves that the city, through City Power, undertakes a comprehensive review of the current electricity tariff structure to identify sustainable, fair, and progressive alternatives that do not unduly penalize the poor. The council mandates the member of the Mayoral Committee for Environment and Infrastructure Services and City Power to report back to council within 30 days with the recommendations for a revised tariff model that ensures cost recovery without imposing regressive fixed charges. Lastly, the city engages meaningfully with civil society organizations, ward committees, and community representatives to rebuild public confidence and ensure participatory tariff setting in the future. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Can we have Councillor Mashala from Action SA?
Madam Speaker, fellow councillors, residents of the city of Joburg, members of the media, guests in the gallery, all protocol observed. Madam Speaker, I rise in full support of this motion. Action SA fully supports the call to rescind the 200 Rands electricity surcharge in the city of Johannesburg. Madam Speaker, Action SA has consistently reaffirmed its unwavering commitment to standing with the residents of Johannesburg against the unjust 230 fixed electricity surcharge, a matter we have raised numerous times in this House. Our residents continue to suffer, while the ANC-led government chooses to ignore the real hardships created by this punitive surcharge. We have engaged with communities that have expressed the severe financial strain this surcharge has placed on their households since the day it was introduced. Their stories make it clear that this burden is not just unfair, it is unsustainable. Madam Speaker, this government continues to overburden its residents. As Action SA, we will not sit back and watch while the people of Johannesburg are forced to shoulder the consequences of poor governance and insensitive policy decisions. We stand firmly with our communities, and we will continue to advocate for a fair, transparent, and affordable electricity tariff structure that does not punish the most vulnerable. Madam Speaker, supporting this motion is not only the right thing to do, but also a necessary step towards restoring dignity and financial relief to our residents. Action SA urges all political parties in this House to put politics aside and support the people we were elected to serve. Action SA remains committed to building an ethical, capable, and responsive city where residents receive the services they deserve. We will continue holding the administration accountable while championing real solutions for our communities. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mashala. Councillor Magwenchu from the ATM.
Greetings, Speaker. Speaker, I would like to give my 3 minutes to Councillor Kwamanda, who will be speaking on behalf of the MGP. Thank you.
Councillor Magwenchu, you've given your time to Councillor Kwamanda.
Yes.
Right. Can I have Councillor Zigebe?
Thank you, Speaker. Mine as well. Thank you.
Councillor Kwamanda, you have 9 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Let me acknowledge you once again, as well as the Executive Mayor, and my apologies for not having extended our congratulations for the successful hosting of the G20. Madam Speaker, I'm sure you would recall that when the issue of the 200 Rand surcharge was introduced in the city of Johannesburg, it was accompanied by a melody with the following words: Kwamanda must go, Kwamanda must go. Madam Speaker, it is unfortunate that when the city takes a decision to implement infrastructure reforms as a preventative measure for future challenges that the city might have, we are confronted by situations that would warrant the government to be caring towards our residents and not burden them. But there are implications to each and every decision that is taken. At this very moment, Madam Speaker, the city of Johannesburg is grappling gravely with the issue of electricity infrastructure. That infrastructure has a direct impact on our water supply as well. This 200 Rand surcharge that was introduced in 2016, recalled in 2022, and then reintroduced in 2023, is meant to ensure that we are able to collect enough money to put in place infrastructure that would guide the city's investments in the future, and not just the near future. And if it is in our best interest to protect the city of Johannesburg, I think it would be prudent for us to allow the executive to be the ones that advises on the best methods in which we can do so. But Madam Speaker, equally as important is that the city of Johannesburg has a diverse electricity supply model, meaning that it is not only limited to city power. In the most downtrodden and historically disadvantaged areas like Soweto, the electricity is supplied directly from Eskom, meaning that they are not affected in any form or way from the 200 Rand surcharge. Madam Speaker, it is also the same with affluent areas such as Sentin, who are supplied by Eskom and are equally not impacted by this particular surcharge. The administration has found it important to ensure that with the 900 that post-paid electricity clients or customers are paying, there should be a minimal amount that is paid by prepaid customers as well. Because the surcharge is paid in Eskom, is paid in City Power by the post-paid customers of the city. So I am not saying that we should just reject this motion on the basis that it is presented by a certain political party. I am saying that a dialogue would be constructive in this regard, so that as a collective, as councillors, we are able to educate our communities enough to understand the difference between politics and service delivery. Madam Speaker, I'm not going to use all the minutes. I just needed to register that with clarity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. You had 1 minute left. It's fine. Can we have MMC Squaila?
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to the Executive Mayor in absentia, MMCs, Councillor colleagues, Chief Whip of Council, Chief Chairs, acknowledged. Madam Speaker, I'm not sure what must we do to assist comrades on my right to actually understand. Colleagues, actually, you are correct, you can't be my comrade. To assist colleagues on my right to understand this issue of the surcharge. And I propose, Speaker, that maybe we must organize our tariffs committee to have a
MMC,
workshop too.
Can you just hold on? Councillor Belinda?
Madam Speaker, we are not comrades in this chamber. We are councillors. So MMC Squaila must address us appropriately.
If I heard correctly, he said, yes, you are not comrades, you are councillors. If I heard correctly. Thank you.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I would have elevated
Colleagues on my left, please.
them. Madam Speaker, let me thank Councillor Gwamanda for actually speaking in details with this particular matter. And I think he clarified it very well. He knows the source where it comes from. The so-called 200 Rand surcharge, which we normally call availability charge, is happening across the cities, across the county, including Eskom itself. So it's not only done by the city of Johannesburg. Now, when we did the budget here, that projected money we've budgeted for, this money also was part and parcel of that, which just passed here in council. So I'm surprised now when we have colleagues that are bringing it back here just for a cheap political point scoring. But I think we agree with you. We'll organize a particular workshop the way we are going to be taken through some of these particular laws. Speaker, let me reject this motion with disrespect it deserves. Thanks.
Thank you, MMC Squaila. Can we have the MMC Councillor Masuku? MMC Squaila spoke in a different capacity. MMC Masuku?
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I think MMC Squaila laid the foundation, and to also indicate that it's important that we all understand the context of why we would be having these kinds of conversations. First of all metros actually charge this network charge. And this 200 in the city of Joburg is actually the cheapest out of all the metros. And this tariff was actually approved by National Treasury and NERSA. So it is not something, and I think Councillor Gwamanda gave the historic background in terms of where this started in 2016 to also help us in ensuring that we have money that we collect for our infrastructure investments. I think all of us know that the government of local unity, because we are a very progressive government, in this current year, we actually did not increase this charge so that we don't burden our residents, the downtrodden, we don't overburden the previously disadvantaged areas. We've also made it clear that residents who applied for exemption, as well as those who are on ESP, are actually not impacted by this surcharge, and therefore it is a clear indication that we are not putting pressure on those who are unable to afford. We also increased the benefits for the poor and allowed them to apply for this exemption. And I think Councillor Squaila's point is important because at any given point, when we have conversations about something that is going to impact the budget of the municipality, the budget, there's a process in the city, there's a budget process, there's a budget steering committee that has to sit and it has to be tested by National Treasury because we cannot just wake up and use motions to deal with budgeting issues. And for me, Speaker, one of the issues that we must look at in future is motions that will have financial implications when they are passed, because they will not actually stand the test of time. And motions should never be utilized to actually push budget items. The executive must be given the authority to lead because we are the government of the day. We are the ones as the government of local unity who are leading, and we must be given that opportunity. Hence, we took a clear resolution that we will not increase the surcharge, and we will continue even in the coming years to look at practical measures to ensure that we don't overburden our communities, those who are disadvantaged and those in the previously disadvantaged areas and in the ESP. This motion is rejected, Speaker. We ask Council to reject this motion. It is opportunistic. It is a campaign tactic utilized by political parties who actually don't have the numbers to lead in the government of local unity, who don't understand the strategic vision, what we want to do in taking this municipality forward. And we ask councillors not to support this motion. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Masuku. The proposer, Councillor Olsen. I need you to close the debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for all the colleagues and councillors that have spoken. And I just wanted to say in closing, this is not about campaigning. This is not about politics. This is about caring for the well-being of residents of Johannesburg that are already drowning in increases after increase after increase. How much more are the residents supposed to still take? We can use very colorful words to say why we must increase and increase and increase. But at the end of the day, let us show the residents that we do care about them. Let us allow for this motion to be accepted by council so that this care can be clearly portrayed and clearly be shown. I thank you, Madam Speaker. God bless you.
I must thank Councillor Boer for standing whilst that councillor was on the podium, but there are other 4 councillors that are new that we said earlier, and they are still walking up and down whilst people are on the podium. I thank you. Can we vote on the motion? Those that are abstaining? Two abstaining, thank you. Those that are saying no, that it must not be carried. Those who are against the motion, can you bring up your hands? You can lower your hands. Those that say yes to this motion. You can lower your hands, councillors.
The noes, the yeses, abstain.
Those that abstained were 2. Those that said no, 126. Those that said yes, 104. It's not carried.
Councillors, we proceed with motion 6 and a motion for renaming Walmerand Street to Dr. Uzwi Lezwe Khadeb.
Can I have Councillor Y. Zigebe from UDM?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to withdraw the motion for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zigebe. The motion has been withdrawn.
Councillors, we're back to the first item on the recommendations to council. And the item is the performance assessment report for the Community Development Department for the 2025-26.
Just hold on. Just hold on. Okay, can I just ask the STC to table, and then I'll take your hands. Can we do that? Whoop. Can we do that? STC, can you finish? You were in the middle.
All right, item 1 is the performance assessment report for the Community Development Department for the 2025-26 financial year for the period July to September 2025, read together with item 2, which is the performance assessment report for the Johannesburg City Parks and Zoo for the 2025-26 financial year for the period July to September 2025. Also read with item 3, which is the performance assessment report for the Johannesburg City Theatre for the 2025-26 financial year for the period July to September 2025, And the above items are lastly read with item 4, which is an oversight report of the Section 79 Community Development Committee on the 2025-26 first quarter performance assessment report of the Department of Community Development, Johannesburg City Theatre and Johannesburg City Parks and Zoo for period from July to September 2025.
Councillor Avante Smith, and then the Chief Whip.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, can we just check the air conditioning? It's very hot on this side of the, thank you.
Thank you. Chief Whip, I will do that. Speak into the mic, please, Chief Whip.
Speaker, I greet you, I greet the MMC, I greet the Chair of Chairs, Deputy Chief Whip of the ANC, the bigger movement in the country. I just rise to ask a caucus for 15 minutes with the whipper.
Thank you, Whip. It is granted. 15 minutes of the whippery. I will call out your name, Shez. Ne? I'll call out your name. We come back at 20 to 1. Thank you, colleagues.
She's fine.
Huh?
She's fine. So we don't even have to.
Colleagues, thank you. Once again, we've gone over our time. Can we be settled? It's almost lunchtime, but we want to go through one or two items so that we can finish. We want you to go on recess. We can see that you are tired. Okay. STC has read in the item into. Can I have those who asked for caucus? Can you report back? I've seen your hand, LOEB. Those that have asked for caucus, can you report back? Where's the chief whip? Yo. Can someone call the chief whip, please? Chair of Chairs, can you report back? Can we let the Chair of Chairs mic work, or can we have someone from the ANC report?
Thank you very much. The microphone is finally working. I am of the impression that the chief whip will be coming back now. I've just sent him a message. But from what I gathered from him was that the agreement in the Whippery caucus was that the chief whip made a submission that we get we don't debate, but the agreement was that the DA advanced an argument that they are going to debate. The EFF is only going to debate item 15. So the rest of the other items, it's only the DA that is going to debate them. Yeah, so thank you very much. I see there's a view that seems to. Thank you.
Okay, can we then have Action SA, because you were whip from Action SA? Can we hear your side?
Yeah, greetings, Madam Speaker. Even from Action SA, our councillors will debate, and in some they will just noting. So you'll just call their names. If they want to debate, then they will debate, or they will just note the report. Thanks.
Okay. Councillor Simonse.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just would like to put in correction as well. Not all items will be noted from the Patriotic Alliance. As we discussed in Whippery, there are some items that will be tabled and debated on. That goes for all the caucuses that was in the Whippery as well. Thank you.
Okay. Just hold on. Leader of Executive Business, your hand was up. MMC Zungu, your hand was up.
Greetings, the Speaker. Greetings to the Executive Mayor in his absentia. Greetings to the Chief Whip of Council, Councillor Chauge. Greetings to the Chair of Chairs, to the MMCs and fellow councillors. Speaker, I would like the elevation of item 77, which has since been loaded, and as per the letter that I wrote to yourself. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. So can we finish what we have read into record already? And then we will have the elevation of item 77. Thank you, Councillor. Can I then call the member in charge, Councillor J. Mokome, Chair?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good day. The Executive Mayor, Councillor Dada Silva Morero, in absentia. The Mayoral Committee, Chief Whip, Councillor Chauke, in absentia. Chair of Chairs, Councillor Marema. Section 79 chairpersons, councillors, the City Mayor, City Manager, Dr. Floyd Brink, Secretary to Council, Andile Kobinga, and the administration, officials, residents of the City of Johannesburg, members of the media, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. Madam Speaker, in this House, I rise to present on behalf of Section 79 Community Development Oversight Committee the first quarter oversight report for the Department of Community Development and its entities for the year 2025-2026 financial year for the period July to September 2025. Madam Speaker, I therefore present the items 1, 2, 3, 4 for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Member in Charge. Can I have Councillor Safumba from the DA? Councillor Safumba from the DA.
Thank you, Speaker. To the residents of the City of Johannesburg, Sanbonani, fellow councillors, good afternoon. Madam Speaker, allow me to express my sincere condolences to the Ngwenya family in Majazan and Orange Farm. Babu Ngwenya was shot in his house last week. Ngicela ukuthi alale kahle umtimande ubambe olunye. Speaker, back to the business of today. Speaker, I will be speaking on item 2 under JCPZ. The truth is simple, Speaker. Behind every glossy report and every staged photo opportunity lies a city parks and zoo that is collapsing. And it is residents who are paying the price. The report before us may boast about high performance, but what it actually reveals is a city entity in financial crisis. For 2 consecutive financial years, City Parks has overspent on contracted services, and that, Speaker, is in direct violation of the Municipal Financial Management Act. This repeated overspending has led to irregular expenditure, meaning public's money has not been used lawfully, while our parks decay, our cemeteries run out of space, and animal welfare remains uncertain. We hear them celebrate paying 92% of invoices within 30 days, but they forget to mention that the entity is effectively broke, operating on an insufficient cash allocation from the city, and depending on the city to bail them out of payment backlogs. That is not financial health, Speaker. That is fiscal ICU. We are also told about smart city initiatives, yet the same report confirms that the ICT unit is critically understaffed, underfunded, and unable to meet basic operational demands. You cannot call yourself a smart city when your systems are offline, your infrastructure is collapsing, and your cemeteries are full. And the crisis in our green spaces continues. Speaker, illegal dumping, illegal occupation, and poaching are out of control, yet park rangers still lack the enforcement powers they need because the bylaws remain stuck in review. Meanwhile, residents of this city do not feel safe in spaces meant for leisure and recreation. But the most painful issue is the burial space crisis, a crisis that hits families directly, Speaker. 38 of 42 cemeteries are full, including West Park, which is nearing total capacity. Instead of acquiring land or opening new cemeteries, we get campaigns, slogans, and media launches. Families do not need posters, they need dignity. Speaker, this report is not a celebration, it is a warning. It reflects an administration that is obsessed with excuses instead of execution. The DA will not stand by while Johannesburg slides further into decay. We demand full disclosure on irregular expenditure, agent timelines for bylaw reforms, and immediate action to secure new burial land. But we also bring solutions to the table, Speaker, because the DA governs differently. In Cape Town, City Parks operates with transparency and clean audits. In Meadville, just here in Gauteng, spending is controlled through performance-based contract. That is what clean, capable governance looks like, Speaker. Results? Only, not rhetoric. Speaker, Johannesburg deserves better. It even deserves councillors who pay attention when you speak. Our residents deserve safer parks, functional cemeteries, clean governance, and value for every cent spent. To the current administration, stop celebrating mediocrity. Fix what is broken. And if you cannot, step aside for those who can, for those who believe in a prosperous and well-run Johannesburg. Speaker, only the DA can restore hope, dignity, and accountability in this city. Come 2026-27, Helen Zille will be the mayor of Johannesburg. Watch the space. Thank you.
Just hold on.
Madam Speaker, greetings to you. Madam Speaker, the councillor is bringing up Cape Town again in this council. When we respond, they'll be complaining and shouting.
MMC, she has done speaking, so I cannot afford you to speak. I have told him that you have done speaking and he cannot speak. Councillor Myers, I have reprimanded the councillor. Pardon? No.
Speaker, it's actually disrespectful when the MMC addresses you and he's got earphones in his head.
Okay.
Don't tell me.
Colleagues, don't do that across. Don't. I'm not going to look for the one, but don't. There are people in the gallery watching you and listening. Please don't. Can I have Councillor Simonse from the PA? Okay, it's over, it's Cllr.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker, Executive Mayor in his absentia, all MMCs, councillors in the city of Johannesburg, our capable caucus leader, MMC Kenny Kunene. Madam Speaker, I rise to speak on item 1 to 4. In saying that, I would like to say Colored Lives Matter, and the Patriotic Alliance notes the report. Salute.
Thank you, Councillor Simonse. Councillor M. Cook from Good.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker, the Executive Mayor in absentia, all MMCs, all Section 79 chairpersons. Madam Speaker, Good notes this report, but we would also just like to send our wishes to MMC and Nkonko and wish him a speedy recovery. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cook. Councillor Coogan from the DA.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me? Okay.
Can you speak into the mic, please, Councillor Coogan?
Okay. All protocol observed, I stand to speak for JCPZ on the first quarter, July to September 2025. We have gone through Arbor Day, where there has been a whole range of programs, including the urban forestry campaign, along with other events with international organizations, and offers through various channels, including JCPZ and the Department of Fisheries and Forestries, for 1 million trees to be planted in parks and green spaces in the city of Johannesburg. This sounds good in theory, But I must place on record my concern as followed. We need to be far more specific and intentional in terms of the trees we plant. Far too often, only a small group of trees are available for planting that are problematic long-term and completely unsuitable for the positions they are planted in. Yet we have over 1,000 indigenous trees to choose from. I will give an example. Combretum erythrophyllum, or commonly known as the river bush willow, is a riverine tree that is planted in perpetual drought conditions in narrow pavements or parking areas. In addition, the tall, widespread, multi-branching habit will grow to impact power lines and the area around it. So from the outset, it has to be cut and trimmed to try and make it fit the area it's been planted in. Tied to this, we need to map out our replacement urban tree canopy to replace the trees dying as a result of infestation by the polyphagous shot-hole borer. Of even more concern is that there is very little permeable paving being planted around trees and very little attenuation of rainwater on site. So the intense precipitation events that have increased due to climate change rush down hard surfaces, collecting chemicals and pollutants along the way, and then into stormwater drains, which shoot the water into rivers like the Yuxkay at up to 300 times the normal velocity, tearing away the banks of the river. So this rainwater, which could be better used on site to provide water to our tree canopy and other plants, rushes into the polluted Yuxkay River, which in turn does not replenish the environment or support aquatic life. I note there are regional tree planting exercises underway with Cllr, which seems to have expanded from a nature-based climate change adaptation project at the Yuxkay River into a broad-based tree planting exercise across all the regions in cooperation with JCPZ. With all due respect, the initial intention was to restore the Yuxkay River as a major river cutting through the city from in the south and the inner city through numerous suburbs, Alex Township, and ultimately flowing out of COJ and eventually into the Hartbeespoort Dam. My concern is, noting that JCPZ is the implementing agent of the EISD with respect to parks and waterways in the city, and that this project was first focused. I thought I had 5 minutes.
Councillor, just hold on. The clock was not right. You still have 3 minutes.
Here?
Oh, your time is up. No, your time is up.
No.
Just hold on. Councillor Safumba had 5 and you have 3. So your time is out.
No, I was supposed to have 5 and Councillor Safumba 3. That's what.
Yeah, even if you didn't use your time, Councillor Safumba, you did not ask that it goes to Councillor Coogan. Your time is out. You're supposed to tell us your 3 minutes is gone. Thank you. Apologies. But I shouldn't apologize. It was 3 minutes. Councillor Dladla.
Thank you very much, Speaker.
And you have 4 minutes.
Yes,
4.
I know.
Yes.
Greetings to our caucus leadership, the MMC of Health and Social Development, and Eni Makafula. Speaker, Bati Helen Zille is coming, and Zille must come and run the city. Now, you wonder whether they know the city or they don't care about the people in the south. When the speaker stands up and says, Majazana is in Orange Farm, and then you can see, they don't know the city. And you wonder, when she comes, Uzorana Yipi city, because themselves, they don't understand the city they are in. Speaker, we are only noting, but we appreciate the work that is done by City Theatres. There we've got a director, Sisxoliswa. She's one of the best. Yes, we like her work very much. We are saying that, as we note, we must also note her work. She's the best that the city can have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Dada. Councillor Mashinini, ANC.
Thank you, Speaker. Greeting to the executive, the mayor in absentia. Speaker, I think when they say Helen Zeller is coming, it says a lot about them, that there's no one who's capable that side to lead in Johannesburg. So the African National Congress would like to note the report.
Thank you, Councillor Mashinini. MMC Zungu, acting MMC. MMC Zungu, before you go, we have someone that was added, Councillor Shumba, a late addition. Councillor Shumba? Okay.
Thank you, Speaker. As Action SA would like to note these reports with concerns, but also in addition, Speaker, thank you for the purple scarves that the team has brought for us. We believe that Council should be doing more when it comes to GBV matters. So let's enhance on that. Let's not hide behind all the other organizations that are trying to do their best to assist in terms of GBV. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. MMC Zungu.
Greetings, Speaker. Greetings to the Executive Mayor in his absentia. Greetings to the Whip of Council in his absentia. Greetings to the Chair of Chairs. Greetings to the MMCs, fellow councillors and guests. Speaker, I note the comments from different councillors. Also not forgetting the fact that there might be issues here and there, but it is not all gloomy as one speaker from the DA would want to put it out to be. Maybe let me just pick a few of what has been achieved by this department. Community development, 91.6 achievement of KPIs in Q1. Out of 24 KPIs applicable for Q1, 22 were achieved. JCT made 27 of 21 KPIs, achieving 92% overall performance. JPCZ 95 performance achievement, and 100% corporate KPIs met. So we might come and want to debate sometimes without facts, Speaker, and I accept every comment. I therefore ask Council to know the report is late.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And we wish him well. He needs to recover soon. Member in charge.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Speaker. All protocol observed. Madam Speaker, I recommend that Council approves the above-mentioned reports, noting the observations and recommendations therein. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, colleagues. The recommendations are on page 132, 210, 3.24 and 4.14 are the items agreed to. Thank you. We now go to the item, oh, sorry, it's not mine.
Councillors, we are on item 77, one of the escalated items. and it is the feedback report on threat risk assessment conducted on the Executive Mayor, the Speaker of Council, the Chief Whip, and the members of the Mayoral Committee.
Colleagues, do we have speakers on the items? On the item? Councillor Forishaw.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For the DA, it would be Councillor Maila, Solomon Maila.
Okay, Councillor Maila from the DA. ANC, any speaker? Action SA, any speaker? PA, any speaker? Okay. IFP, any speaker? No. EFF, any speaker? No. UDM, any speaker? AIC, any speaker? AHC, any speaker? COPE, any speaker? Al Jamaa, any speaker? ATM, any speaker? Good, any speaker? UIM, any speaker? APC, any speaker? Freedom Front Plus, enige spreker? That leaves, I think the ANC wants to have us. I think I called out 18 people. ANC? I want to know about speakers. Councillor. ICDP, any speaker?
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. Yes, Councillor Norman Nkonza.
Nkonza. Councillor Tefo.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise with a heavy heart, Madam Speaker, because I see that this council, there's an animal farm happening here. I note that the Executive and Mayoral Committee are getting risk assessment and security, but councillors in the main sitting in this house here do need that security assessment to be done, because on a day-to-day basis, we face, no, Madam Speaker, no, let me say something, please, Madam Speaker. Councillors are attacked on a day-to-day basis, and I think councillors are getting the wrong end of the stick, and which is very unfortunate. And I hope I'm raising this not on my behalf only, but for the rest of the councillors that have to wake up and deal with angry community members out there. And as I've said, I'm rising with a heavy heart, and I hope my sentiments will be echoed somewhere and our cries will be heard one day as ward councillors in the city of Johannesburg.
You could have spoken on it on the item. Councillor Rapadu, I asked for speakers from political parties to engage on the item, and that is what you could have done, talking on the item. No, Councillor Rapadu, where's the whip? No, Councillor Rapadu, no. No. Councillor Belinda?
Madam Speaker, I'd like to call you to order. I'm sorry to do this. In this council chambers, we are all equal. And freedom of speech is allowed.
I can't hear you.
I do not believe that Councillor Rapadu, even though I'm always at odds with him, is incorrect in this point in time. He's raised a concern, and it had to do with the item. I've engaged you last week about some of our issues with ward councillors. Yes, processes must be followed, but his concern, I think, must be noted. And
Councillor Belinda and Councillor Rapadu, I don't have a concern with you raising the issues, but I've asked for speakers from the parties to speak on the item. It is a concern. The item is here. You should say, here's the item. Why are you only looking at certain things? I mean, you should have engaged us. Colleagues, Councillor Rapadu, I'm not going to do this again. I'm not. Can I have the speakers from political parties that want to speak on the item? I don't think I'm wrong. I really don't think I'm wrong. Whether you say Paul Mall or Pall Mall, it's the same. He should have put his hand up to speak on the item. We want to debate, but he's not asked to speak. Do we have speakers on the item? We don't have speakers on the item. Oh yeah, Councillor Maile is speaking. Thank you, Councillor Maile. Apologies. And Nkonza. Councillor Maile and Nkonza is speaking. They have given their names to speak. Thank you, Councillor Maile. You'll be first, and then Councillor Nkonza. Oh, Maila. Councillor Maila. Apologies.
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, His Worship the Executive Mayor, the Honorable the Leader of the Official Opposition, the Honorable the Whip of Council, esteemed members of Council, the City Manager and the Executive Management Team, the people of Johannesburg, greetings and salutation. Despite the noise to my left, Madam Speaker,
colleagues, please.
Allow me, Madam Speaker, despite the noise from MMC Mgcina and MMC Makafula, despite their noises, Madam Speaker, please allow me to remind all of us that South Africa is indeed a constitutional democracy anchored and premised on the principle of legality, which encapsulates respect for the rule of law. When we warned this executive in the Section 79 Public Safety Committee about the defects in the VIP protection policy, it was not because we were malicious, but it was because we wanted the provision of personal protection services to members of the mayoral committee and other municipal officials of the city to happen within the framework of the law. We are indeed grateful and appreciative of the fact that now the executive was impelled and bound by the courts of our country to ensure that personal protection is indeed allocated to those who deserve it within the parameters of the law. The DA notes this report. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Maila. Councillor Mkonza from the ACDP. Can the noise from Councillor Maila and MMC Mgcina stop? Councillor Mkonza, please.
Yes. Shalom once again, Madam Speaker. I stand to speak on this item, feedback report on threat risk assessment conducted on the Executive Mayor, Speaker of Council, Chief Whip, and the members of the Mayoral Committee, the MMCs. Madam Speaker, we had a debate earlier on around the 200 rand surcharge. Amongst the recommendations...
Councillor Mkonza, just hold on. Can the people on this table, please? It's not only councillors making a noise. Can we also stop? Thank you. Councillor Mkonza.
Yeah, Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, one of the recommendations that we put forward, Madam Speaker, as the ACDP caucus, we said, the city, through City Power, undertakes a comprehensive review. But this council rejected it. They are not even willing to review. Now, we are expected here to approve 28 million. I'm only counting the 28,600,000 and odds on the 22 protectors. 28 million, Madam Speaker. But we are not willing to review a 200 rand surcharge that is charged on the poor. We are not willing to. We say we reject it. But we are expected here to approve 28 million for the MMCs only. I'm not counting the executive mayor and the others. 28 million. And Councillor, I just forgot the name. He's raising a point. He's been dismissed. A serious point. Yes, Councillor Rapadu. A serious point. He's been rejected. We are all of us under threat, all of us. But we are expected here to come and just rubber stamp. Just for the sake of the report, you see, where I agree with the report is where it speaks about the security at the office of the MMC of Finance. You see there, it's proper because if fingerprints and everything are not working, then that is a proper security risk.
35 seconds left.
Now, you cannot assign 2 protectors to the MMCs when they are doing their duties. At least if you say 1, we would understand. But 2, and not even consider the other councillors. I thank you, Madam Speaker. We reject this as the ACDP.
Thank you, Councillor Mkwanza. Can we have MMC Masuku on behalf of the executive to respond?
It's not switching off, Madam Speaker.
IT, the mics, please. Councillor Mkwanza, switch off your mic.
He's trying, Madam Speaker.
I'm
It's
saying
His
it's not
mic is
switching
on.
off.
It's not working.
I'm reporting. Hey.
Can IT please switch off the mics? Can we have a roving mic? MMC, can you try the mic next to you?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Am I audible? Thank you, ma'am. Madam Speaker, thank you to, I think Councillor Maila makes a valid point that what was important was to ensure that due process is followed within the parameters of the law, and we appreciate his input. Speaker, I think I need to, through you, I need to make a point on what Councillor Mkwanza said. You can't want to equate a person's life who is on duty of service, and it's got nothing to do with just being driven. It actually has to do with the safety and security in that particular responsibility. It also has a lot to do because the type of work that is done in communities by members of the mayoral committee, it can't just be limited to one specific member of the mayoral committee. All members of the mayoral committee are actually exposed to various and different risks. You can take MMC Mabaso, the MMC for Human Settlements. If he has to go and address stakeholders on issues of housing, for an instance, what can happen? You can take the MMC for Transport on issues of working in the industry, the transportation industry, and the difficulties that they face with the stakeholders. So it can't be just only an MMC for Finance. You look at the MMC for Economic Development, who also has to deal with different issues of traders, the economic spaces, the outdoor work that they do, and the threat with the construction mafias that we deal with in the communities. So I'm just using that as an example. The MMC for planning, who, when they have to go out for demolitions, and there are people who say this is a no-go area. So I'm just saying, I think we need to be very sensitive and not want to equate the lives of people who are elected. And this has got nothing to do with just specifically us. Any government that comes in must be treated equally the same, regardless of who that government belongs to, which political party. So that's why I think the point that Councillor Maila was making is that it was about just making sure that there's a threat assessment that is done and it is within the prescripts of the law. And now that we are fully complied, then the MMCs can duly do and function and do their work, and not drive and talk on the phone and do their work at midnight when they are dealing with issues of communities or emergencies. So with that, Speaker, we ask Council to approve the report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MMC. Before we get to the recommendations, Councillor Rapadu, there's ongoing talks with SAPS and with JMPD, dealing with ward councillors and how we are going to get security for those people. So it's not just that we are shoving you one side. I want to tell you that that's one thing that I've been fighting with everybody and saying we need to engage them. We're having a meeting with the commissioner of SAPS, so we're not throwing you in the bin. Colleagues, the recommendations are on 77.8, 77.9, and 77.10. Do we agree to the item? Thank you. I heard the yeses. Thank you, colleagues. We are going to break now. It's 1:45. We are going to break and we are going to go for lunch. We are going to not have an hour's lunch. We're going to make it a 45-minute lunch. We come back at 2:15, 2:20, so that we are able to finish the entire business of council today. I have a funeral also tomorrow. Colleagues, can we break for lunch? Councillor Safumba? Huh? Yes, we did ask them. We'll do that. We'll do Yo, I have to deal with things. What do you want to do there?
Oh, yeah, no, I dropped the WhatsApp.
Which one?
The one that when you switch off the other. That's not a problem. I can find both. It's still not a problem.
Go for lunch. Can we check our neighbors? Can we check our neighbors? Can we check our friends next to us? Can they stop? Colleagues, we are back from lunch. Can we be seated? Can you check the person next to you? If he or she is not here, can you get the person next to you to come back? Michael is there. Councillor, Chefchas, you have both neighbors gone. You have two neighbors gone. Councillor Rapadu, you have a row of neighbors gone. Councillor Makuba, you have a whole row of neighbors gone. Councillor Santana, you don't have friends on all your sides. Pardon? Huh? A technician is working on the aircon. It's going to be 30 minutes. You are forgetting that I'm also feeling hot. I know I'm hot, but I'm feeling hot as well. Councillor Christian is agreeing with me. Councillor Christian is agreeing with me. Councillor Nkonza is agreeing with me. Are you agreeing? Everybody's agreeing. Colleagues, we are waiting. There's a technician busy trying to get us the necessary coolant. Colleagues, can we start? I'm not sure. Call your leaders that are outside. Let's start with the next item, STC.
Councillors, we are resuming with item 5, which is the performance assessment report for Group Corporate and Shared Services Department for the 2024-25 financial year for the period April to June 2025. Also read with item 6, which is an oversight report of the Section 79 Corporate and Shared Services Committee on the 2024-25 fourth quarter budget and performance assessment report of the Group Corporate and Shared Services for the period April to June 2025. Also read with item 7, which is the performance assessment report for the Group Corporate and Shared Services Department for the 2025-26 financial year for the period July to September 2025. And lastly, read with item 8, which is an oversight report of the Section 79 Corporate and Shared Services Committee on the 2025-26 first quarter budget and performance assessment report of Group Corporate and Shared Services for the period July to September 2025.
Thank you, colleagues. Member in charge, Chair Rapadu.
Thank you, Madam.
Just hold on, Chair Rapadu. The councillors that are walking in are not new councillors, and they are walking in whilst a councillor is on the podium.
Hey, Wena, you can say that again, Speaker.
And they are not new. They are very old in council. Thank you, Councillor Rapadu. Can you carry on?
Thank you, Councillor Sefumba, for the nice words and encouragement that you're giving me. But thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to table the fourth quarter and first quarter oversight report for the Section 79 Corporate and Shared Services Committee on the fourth quarter and the first quarter performance report for this department. Madam Speaker, in the first quarter, out of the 17 KPIs, 10 were achieved, 4 were yet to be determined, and 2 were annual targets. This translated to a very impressive performance rating of 91%, and it bodes well for the Section 79 committee because we are doing our due diligence in making sure that indeed we hold council and the executive accountable in the work that they need to do. Madam Speaker, the much anticipated institutional review was at 55% implemented in the first quarter through the signing of the action plan and stakeholder engagements. Again, Madam Speaker, on labor stability, which is a very critical line item in terms of making sure that we have appointed right people and we end this Hollywood that is there in this council of people acting in positions and which hampers the work that needs to be done, which is to serve and make sure that our residents get the best out of the city of Johannesburg as ratepayers. On our labor stability, the vacancy rate stood at 4.5%, well below the 10% threshold. Disciplinary cases were also being finalized within the agreed timelines. Also, Madam Speaker, in terms of top management stability, was measured at 76% against the first quarter target of 42%. It is not clear, however, why this target was set so low when the fourth quarter achievement was 80%. The vacancy rate at this level was 20%, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in terms of occupational health and safety, we continue to note this, to have serious concerns as overall systems compliance was 60% and the physical compliance was 44%. The highest deviation during this period were issues that were within the control of senior management, and this included the absence of emergency evacuation drills, non-establishment of SHE committees and departments, as well as the non-training of committee members. We're inviting the MMC for Finance, as well as the MMC for Economic Development to attend the February 2026 committee meeting to address the matter of repairs and maintenance, which is a very, very, very eyesore in the city. Majority of us can agree at the state of disrepair that the city and our facilities find themselves in, and which is something that we need to deal with very urgently so, because these are our assets, and obviously they are depreciating every day due to wear and tear that is taking place. The committee continues to monitor
40 seconds left, Chair.
No, it's fine. I'll take my 2 minutes at the end as well. You can edit on this one. Don't worry. The committee continues to monitor the implementation of the program for digitization of business processes, even though the department have dropped it as a KPI. And I think this would go very, 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 very important and go well for the city to make sure that we digitize all the documents that we have in our disposal. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, I recommend that the Council moves to approve the fourth and first quarter performance report of the group corporate and shared services, noting the above mentioned observations. Thank you very much. I think I still... You are stingy,
Thank you,
Madam Speaker.
Councillor Rapadu.
You are stingy with my 2 seconds.
I cut you when there was 4 nots, 4 zeros.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much.
Councillor R. Hooper. Councillor Hooper, just hold on. Those councillors that came in late, you are 20 minutes late, and it will be noted that you are fined 100 Rand each. Councillor R. Hooper.
Thanks, Chair. If I could just donate or forfeit just 1 minute of my speaking time to Councillor Otto Kahleletsane.
You're donating 1 minute to who?
To Councillor Kahleletsane, Otto.
Councillor Kehlasane. Sorry, Councillor, sorry. Okay. So you are only speaking
For
3 minutes.
3
Thank
minutes,
you.
yes, yeah.
3 minutes, please.
Thanks, Speaker. Thank you. Good day, Speaker. I rise to speak on item 5, all protocol observed. Speaker, I will keep this short. As the DA, we have requested more information on the DIFR, the Disabling Injury Frequency Rate, from Group Corporate and Shared Services, as we would like to know when, how, and which roles are affected by accidental injuries and traumatic incidents when undertaking service delivery work. As DA councillors, we work closely with service-facing frontline workers and technicians Hence, we would like detailed data on the staff at the depots, fire and metro police stations, and service centres, and notably when it comes to accidents and injuries that take place on the job or on the way to service sites. We need to know which depots are affected and which roles are affected by absence or vacancies due to injuries and accidents. And we need to know which medical and psychological interventions were deployed for the affected employee or team. This is important as us councillors can work with officials to ensure workers are cared for, checked on, and ultimately brought back to work through various interventions. We can then oversee and pick up certain trends in each region and with particular municipal entities or core departments, and then actually propose solutions and trade-offs to prevent reoccurring injuries and incidents. This will also help us as public representatives of the city to review and potentially revise standard operating procedures and work processes and ensure workplace safety according to modern best practice. Speaker, we care, so we need this information so we can support and collaborate with the city's workers and officials to create a safer working environment. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hooper. Councillor S. Ngema from the ANC.
Good afternoon, Speaker. Our Executive Mayor, Dada Morero, to our colleagues and our guests in the gallery. The African National Congress notes the report. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ngema. ACDP, Councillor Harris.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker.
Just hold on, Councillor Harris. Councillor Vanse-Smith.
Good afternoon, Speaker. Speaker, it's just a huge concern that we don't have one member of the executive in chambers now. This is our job and we should all be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Harris, councillors.
Madam Speaker, I rise to speak on items 5, 6, 7, and 8. Allow me to take this time to just pay
Please
tribute.
speak into the mic, Councillor.
Allow me to take this time to pay tribute to the late Chief David Tembe and to his associates in the Action SA party, and then also to welcome Dr. Floyd Brink as the city manager. We trust his tenure will provide the much needed stability needed by the city. The ACDP notes these reports. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. UDM, Councillor Zigebe. I don't see him, so we pass. ANC, Councillor P. Shange. You have 2.5 minutes. Councillor Shange. Not around.
I'm here, Speaker.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Thank you, Councillor.
Ngiyabingelela, Speaker. Ngibingelela Executive Mayor in absentia and all members of the executive, all councillors of the African National Congress. Ngibingelela kubahlali baseGoli nabavakashi. Speaker, as the African National Congress, we want to note the report with this input, Speaker, that we want to do. That as the committee, rightfully so, Speaker, raises concern about report quality and alignment, but we welcome this report. Under the GLU, Speaker, oversight is not an adversary, it is a partner in reform. The committee, Speaker, recommendation, particularly the establishment of a quality assurance unit will be implemented. And as this committee want to build a capable state together with this council that begins with accurate reporting, disciplinary and administration that is disciplined and fully transparent. And we are saying, Speaker, as the African National Congress, we note this report. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Shange. Councillor Magwenchu from the ATM. I don't see him. DA Councillor Geletsane.
Speaker, thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Speaker.
You have what, 5 minutes?
Yes, 5 minutes,
Thank
yes. Good afternoon, Speaker, councillors, all protocol observed. Speaker, before I start with my speech, let me reiterate what Councillor Rapadu was saying earlier. Indeed, it was not political grandstanding. Councillor Rapadu is doing a very good work in our GCSS committee. We do engage on councillor wellness programs that is very, very serious in the city. Speaker, I rise to speak on item 7, performance assessment report for GCSS department for 2025-2026 financial year for period July to September 2025. Speaker, the department reports to have achieved 93% of their performance in the quarter under review. Speaker, when we read these reports, we read them in context. We try and make sense of what they mean and what they want to achieve. Most of the time, what we read on paper, Speaker, doesn't reflect what we see on the ground. And I want to specifically speak about KPI 8 and KPI 12, and others have been in the reports forever. These are the same KPIs we have engaged over 2 years with very little progress. Speaker, other challenges that we have engaged the department over the years are performance management, group ICT, consequence management, institutional review, assets management, record management, and Metro Center, and many others. Actually, Speaker, as I'm talking to you right now, development planning records are lying on the floors of Metro Center with no management, with nobody taking care of that. And we believe that this is poor management in totality. No one wants to take responsibility of that. Speaker, we understand the challenges, and not all apples are rotten. And we do acknowledge and applaud good work where we see it. However, Speaker, some of these KPIs could have been completed years ago. Unfortunately, Speaker, we find ourselves confronted by corruption, by neglect, by political intolerance, by mismanagement, by financial crime, by infrastructure decay, by comradeship, irregular procurement processes, cadre deployment, poor service delivery, and very bad government decisions. Speaker, we will have a DA mayor after 2026 local government elections. And all these failures I have just mentioned will be addressed. Speaker, where the DA governs, they promote good governance, inclusive policies and principles, partnerships, participation, consensus-oriented, accountability, transparent, responsive, effective, equitable, and follows the rule of law. Speaker, the DA notes this report with great concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kwamanda from Al Jama is not here. I can see he's not here. We'll go to Councillor Nguze from the ANC.
Thank you, Speaker, and good afternoon to the colleagues. Speaker, we rise to note the reports. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Nguze. EFF, Councillor Nhlapo. Councillor Nhlapo, are you here? Are you not? Okay, we go past.
Okay.
Councillor Mashinini from the ANC.
Speaker, the African National Congress notes the report.
Thank you, Councillor. Can we have Councillor Sondag from Action SA? I hope I said it right. Is it Sondag or Sunday? Thank you, Councillor Sondag. Is your mic on, Councillor?
I hope so. Yeah, it is on.
Okay, we can hear you.
Okay. Greetings to you, Madam Speaker. Action SA fabulous 44 councillors, extended colleagues, guests in the gallery, and most importantly, the residents of the city of Johannesburg. All protocol observed. Speaker, Action SA remain steadfast in our commitment to accountability, efficiency, and the professionalization of government. It is through these values that the approach, the performance assessment report to the Group Corporate and Shared Services Department for the fourth quarter of the 2024-2025 financial year. We acknowledge that the report reflects pockets of strong performance across GCSS, including regular oversight on strategic implementation and the achievement of all the KPIs in quarter 3. However, Speaker, we cannot ignore areas where performance has stagnated or regressed. Action SA does not accept mediocrity, especially where service delivery and the safety of employees are at stake. While GCSS achieved 14 of 16 KPIs, Action SA notes with concern that the two unmet indicators, the filling of Section 56 post and implementation of the organizational redesign, represent fundamental weakness within the city's administrative backbone. A city cannot operate optimally when senior strategic positions are vacant and when organizational alignment remains delayed. This failures weakens institutional stability, impact decision-making, and ultimately harms service delivery. Failure to that, the Speaker, 17 out of 21 top management positions are filled, leaving our crucial leadership posts vacant. These gaps create decision-making bottlenecks, increase workload pressure, reduce oversight, slower, less coordinated response to community needs, leadership stability, and they're treated as a non-negotiable priority. Speaker, the occupational and health and safety findings across 164 facilities are alarming. 58% average system compliance, 33% physical compliance, loose ceilings, leaks, unsafe wiring, lack of emergency drills, poor lighting, no safety health environment committees, no SHE representative. These are not administrative oversight. These are direct breach of the Occupational Health and Safety Act. Action SA cannot and will not accept a city that exposes its own employees to unsafe working conditions. Ethical leadership demands decisive correctional action, and we expect immediate intervention and consequence management for non-compliance. The city can learn a thing or two from Dr. Nasipi Moya by reinforcing accountability mechanism and strengthened governance framework. Speaker, the fact that 30% department failed to submit performance scorecard is both unacceptable and unjustifiable. Performance cannot improve if it is not measured. Accountability cannot exist without transparent report. This ongoing neglect undermines the city's governance framework and prevents fair enforcement performance standards. Action SA insists that compliance with performance management requires the enforced across all departments without exceptions. The report highlights serious procurement delays under expenditure. Speaker, procurement inefficiencies directly impact service delivery. When the city cannot procure essential tools on time, residents bear the consequence. This silence on the quiet management system is unacceptable. Critical projects such as organizational design in quarter 1 and quarter 4 and skills audit intervention in quarter 2 were delayed due to repeat procurement failures. These delays impede strategic alignment,
50 seconds left.
Reduce operational efficiency, undermine organizational reform. Our sustainable service delivery, this recurring failure must be addressed strongly. While GCS, Speaker, Action SA approach anchored with our voice, ethical leadership, accountability, professionalism, transparency, service delivery excellence. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, Action SA notes the oversight report, but with clear and firm conditions. OSHA non-compliance must be addressed immediately. Procurement delays must not carry into the new financial year. Leadership vacancies must be prioritized and filled. Performance management must be informed.
Councillor Rapadu, there's a clock. So we watch the clock.
Well done.
Um,
I actually jumped
MMC Zungu.
because I heard was it okay?
Yeah, no, it was fine. Impressive. You've done well. Done well.
Thank you, Frank. And please switch off your mic.
Switch on now.
Oh, Zungu.
IT, can you check the mic of the MMC, please? Hey, they seem to be asleep that side. Hmm? Your mic is
No, it's
on.
fine,
Why
Speaker.
do you keep your mic on?
It's okay, Speaker.
Oh, okay.
No,
That's fine.
greetings to yourself, Speaker. Greetings to councillors. Speaker, we note all the comments from different councillors, and let's appreciate all the comments, be it positive or negative. And I think ours is to improve where needed. Speaker, we therefore ask council to know the report. Thank you.
Thank you, MMC. Member in charge, Councillor Rapadu.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Let's first and foremost appreciate the work that the MMC is doing in the department to steer the ship forward and in making sure that we get these quality reports that were in front of us right now. It is very disappointing, Madam Speaker, that the beautiful comments and concerns that all these councillors have been raising in the main are the ones that are needed in the committee so that we strengthen and make sure that there's collaborative effort in driving the need and the services of this department. So, re a leboga, Madam Speaker, a re tsweleng pele, ha re noted report, re tsamayeng. Thank you very much.
Siyabonga. Councillors, recommendations are on pages 5.7 and 6.7, and then other recommendations are on 7.5 and 8.9. Are these items agreed to? Thank you, colleagues.
We're now on item 9, which is the performance assessment report for the Development Planning Department for the 2025-26 financial year for the period July to September 2025. Read with item 10, and that's the performance assessment report for the Johannesburg Development Agency for the 2025-26 financial year for the period July to September 2025. Read also with item 11, which is an oversight report of the Development Planning Section 79 Committee on the 2025-26 first quarter budget and performance assessment report of the Development Planning Department and the Johannesburg Development Agency for the period July to September 2025. And also read with item 25, which is an oversight report of the Development Planning Section 79 Committee on oversight visits to Sandton and Watt Street BRT projects. Also read with item 26, which is an oversight report of the Development Planning Section 79 Committee on oversight visits to the Brixton Social Cluster Phase 2 project. Also lastly read with item 27, which is an oversight report of the Development Planning Section 79 Committee on the oversight visits to our city, our block, OCB, and Molapo Bridge projects.
Member in charge, Councillor J. Caldine.
Greetings, Madam Speaker. I rise to table items 9, 10, 11, 25, 26, 27, which is the performance assessment reports together with the oversight reports for the Department of Development Planning and JDA. I thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Mkonza, ACDP.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the ACDP, we note the report with the following two questions about the ISDP portal, if it's working, because we have been trying it and it was not working. Number two, what is the status of acquiring the required spatial data needed to map deviation areas in collaboration with Stats SA and other relevant stakeholders. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Nkwanza. Councillor Sihwale.
Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor.
Sehwai ke molemi. Rona re atlela boroko magweng mona. Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to fellow councillors, esteemed Fabulous 44, guests in the gallery, and most importantly, our residents of the city. Madam Speaker, out of these items, allow me to speak on the performance assessment report of the development planning from July to September of the period under review. Out of 19 KPIs,
Councillors on my left, please. Sorry, Councillor. On my right, left, right. Councillors, please. You are even confusing me. Thank you, Councillor. They are working on it. We can feel from here it's starting to feel cool. It's starting. Sorry, colleagues. Councillor, can you carry on? Your time has been stopped. You can carry on.
Ke a leboha, Madam Speaker. Greetings to fellow councillors, esteemed Fabulous 44, guests in the gallery, and most importantly, our residents of the city. Madam Speaker, out of these items, allow me to speak on the performance assessment report on the development planning from July to September of the period under review. Out of 19 KPIs, 14 were achieved, and this translates to 78% overall performance. Among these was the public launch of the city's online spatial data and the spatial plan management system, the 3-year geographic information system management contract, and approval of the review COJ land use scheme. While the devil is in the detail, we welcome this progress thus far. Speaker, also saw on the annexure accompanying this report, we also saw on the annexure accompanying this report, Speaker.
Colleagues, don't do that.
There is an ACD compliance program which to date has assisted about 1117 ECDs to properly register with land use rights. This is highly commendable considering the role of ECDs plays in nurturing leaders of tomorrow. We hope this figure could rise in the subsequent reports, as there are hundreds of ECDs struggling to register in our secluded areas of the city. There is also a spaza shop compliance program. Here, MMC, I think you'll agree with me that we are not doing well at all. In terms of the spaza shop compliance, we are not doing well at all. Let's close the spaza shops which are not complying with their land use rights. Quite frankly, we should be utterly enraged, remembering the number of kids died due to this malaise. The report says so far out of 120 applications, 54 were granted and 107 were returned. How many spaza shops that were permanently closed for non-compliance with the land use rights, and how many so far are owned by the locals? Sadly, the report is not telling us this. Can we get a detailed report on this? Surely working together with other relevant entities, spaza shops can be closed for non-compliance. Otherwise, Speaker, let's call the mayor of Tshwane to come and tell us how it's done. It cannot be an embarrassment. It cannot be an embarrassment to benchmark with our good friends in Tshwane, where the rule of law is non-negotiable. Lastly, Speaker, something must be done with the vacancy rate in the department. It seems the department cannot retain talent and attract high net worth skilled professionals. Maybe this is where the city can justify high salary to officials, considering the role department plays in the spatial transformation and developmental objectives of the city. With those concerns, Speaker, Action SA would like to know this report. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor A. Stewart from the DA. Councillors, asseblief toch. It's hot inside here. Councillor Stewart, can you carry on with your speech?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak on the development planning quarterlies, namely the Core Department, JDA, and the Oversight Committee report. Beginning with the JDA, over a span of time, there have been some consistent and positive moves on the part of the JDA to address problems that had started to dramatically
Just hold on,
impact
Councillor Stewart. Councillors, we have, the rule was read and said, when councillors are on the podium, we don't move out. Councillor, what's his name? From Action SA, can you please speak to your councillors? Councillor Ntombela, can you guys please speak to your councillors? It's not new ones. They are moving up and down and it's disturbing. Please, they are both fined 100 Rand each, and it applies to those that came in late as well. 100 Rand each. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Stewart, please carry on. Councillors on my right, please.
Thank you, Speaker. Is my time back to 8 minutes? Okay, thank you. Beginning with the JDA, over a span of time, there have been some consistent and positive moves on the part of JDA to address the problems that had started to dramatically impact the business's ability to implement and deliver on projects. They tightened their game by introducing a new criterion requirement for financial stability in all contractors being appointed to JDA projects. Yes, it can be argued that this move has been made before, or should have been made many years before, but it has reduced project stoppages and the need to engage in punitive contract management. To our surprise, action taken against officials that do not spend or comply with grant
Councillor
funding
Stewart,
requirements
just hold on.
was...
Is it Councillor Huggett at the back? Councillor Huggett. Please, there's a councillor here. Thank you, Councillor Stewart.
Okay.
Carry on. But speak into the mic because they are speaking over you.
Yeah. From an audit perspective, JDA has also managed to keep its nose clean with zero fruitless and wasteful expenditure. The JDA does, however, fall down in a few areas. This is largely due to projects being mothballed or dramatically rescoped to reduce expenditure. This is entirely due to the broader financial situation in the city, making it unjust to dump on the doorstep of the JDA. When I contrast what the JDA was, taking into account its international reputation for being a professional and excellent civil service entity, it must be emphasized that the entity still has a way to go in terms of re-establishing its former glory. However, increased transparency combined with better quality engagement with the Oversight Committee has gone hand in hand with demonstrable performance improvements. This city has taught us, though, that sustained performance over time can prove troublesome for our civil service. And this is not a cheap shot, as many of my fellow politicians enjoy the same shortcomings without even being aware of it. So it is with a wary mind and a shrewd eye that we continue to monitor the JDA, but for the purpose of this current reporting period, the JDA must receive credit for its positive moves in the right direction. The core department, however, is a completely different sandpit, with kids that seem too cool for school. Contrasted with the JDA, senior representatives of the core department seem to be unable or reluctant to engage with our committee at the same level that the JDA does. All too often, officials who attend our meetings are unable to explain or handle neutral interrogation of their processes and reports. We receive very superficial responses that make it hard to determine if the said individual is being evasive or simply does not have the knowledge or the understanding that a person in their position should have. A specific example of this would be any question that penetrates below the obvious regarding the department's balance sheet and financial reporting. Responses received from the financial director concerning wildly fluctuating tangible assets on their register have been bizarre, for lack of a better term. Added to this, key specialist positions have been allowed to become vacant within the Planning Directorate with no urgent drive to address this issue. To be very clear here, this problem has been looming long before our current financial situation. Currently, there may be a freeze on filling vacancies in the city, but this problem has been years in the making. What do we say of outdoor advertising? Yes, JPC also plays a role in the game, but for a couple of decades now, the department has used a lack of capacity to explain occasional and inconsistent law enforcement regarding illegal advertising. Outdoor advertising audits to date have been so badly thought out and implemented that self-sabotage is the only explanation that can make sense to an outside observer. Town planning records are yet another example of a lack of ownership and care. Long before it was known that the Civic Centre would need to be vacated, town planning archives and records were in disarray. The need to modernize the archiving and storage of building plans and approvals has been driven periodically through the Oversight Committee for at least 15 years. Until the retirement of Councillor Graham de Kock, there was always a qualified town planner and architect sitting on the Oversight Committee. The department received ongoing qualified and constructive input regarding the issue of department records. Obviously, this input was never taken to heart. We currently stand in a situation now where our history, in a sense, is at risk. The plan to address the risk requires budget that may or may not be available over the course of the next 18 months or so. As committee members, we've seen this movie before. People with no sense of pride or accountability will allow the city's financial state to be a justification to provide over a tragedy. We cannot allow this. We will fight on an ongoing basis to ensure that our department archives are treated with the urgency and importance that they demand. I have said it before in council, but it needs to be stated repeatedly. There seems to be little or no understanding of just how important a role that development planning plays at a city level regarding economic development and job creation. Problems have been festering in the core department for many years now. It's not helped by EDs that come and go instead of providing the long-term strategic continuity that their roles demand. At this stage, I would like to turn our attention to the committee oversight report. Bear in mind that this is a non-partisan list of key issues in the short to medium term that we find most concerning or should be top priorities in the department. And I shall briefly run through our committee recommendations for this period under review. Being from a party that has been on the defending team before, I realize that oversight committee reports and their recommendations are often paid lip service in favor of senior officials' input. However, given the track record of performance and the lack of ownership in the department over a long span of time, I would appeal to the MMC and to the Mayor to pay special attention to our joint party recommendations. Objectively, these are the focus points for the next year or so. Let us see if a bomb squad can make an impact here, or whether a few good councillors will have to continue to fight month by month in the hope that commitments and stated goals are at least partially honoured. 1. The Development Planning Department capacitates the training of our committee on the Integrated Spatial Data Portal by March 2026. The Development Planning Department provides the committee with a progress report on all capital projects implemented within the deprivation areas by January 2026. That the Development Planning Department provides the committee with a status update on the milestones undertaken towards the outdoor advertising audit by January 2026. That the Development Planning Department reports to the committee on the functioning and related glitches with the LIS, CPMS and GIS systems and how they have affected service delivery by January 2026. The Development Planning Department provides the committee with a progress report on the process to relocate records from the Metro Centre and the digitization of the records by January 2026. That the JDA presents to the committee the projects implemented for external clients for revenue enhancement by January 2026. So aside from one issue here, we can see that the focus from our non-partisan committee is entirely on the core department and issues therein. These recommendations and expectations center around the core department overwhelmingly. We have deadlines for performance that are imminent, and it will be as early as in February's council that we'll be able to give credit or simply make the same speech again, depending on whether or not our expectations have been met. MMC and Mayor Moreira, I implore you to support us by tracking and addressing our concerns timelessly and with the urgency that they deserve. I fear that if the department's problems are allowed to fester much longer, we will be dealing with an irredeemable entity that is incapable of delivering on its mandate to manage spatial development effectively and to assist with creating the environment that's conducive to job creation and economic growth. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stewart. Councillor Mosetla J from EFF. Just to remind you, they are working on it. on the aircon.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to speak on two things. The first one is that we are fine in that department. We have a young CEO in the JDA which is working very hard to improve the entity. And we have an ED that is working equally as hard. But I want to tell these ones that says we must go to Tshwane to see how things are done. That mayor of theirs is always running after MMCs of other parties to take photos as if she's working. She's acting as if she's working and she's doing nothing there. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Masetla, thank you. Colleagues, I'm going to ask that those of you that are at the back, can you please close the doors and keep them closed because the aircons are starting to work. We've just tested it here and we can see. Can you close the doors, please? Councillor Safumba, they are starting to work the aircons. Thus, I'm asking that we close the doors. Thank you. Councillor Vitefu. I don't understand what is this, Councillor. Oh, okay. Those in the gallery as well, close the doors. Can I have all the doors closed? There's a door open here. Whoever's sitting at the back, please close the doors. Councillor Vitefu.
Oh. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and greeting to yourself, as well as your panel. And greetings to our Executive Mayor, Councillor Dada Morero in his absentia. And greetings to the Whip of Council, the Chair of Chair, and MMCs, as well as our fellow councillors in general, in particular, councillors of the African National Congress. Speaker, I rise on 3 items, which is item 9, 10, and 11, as they have been read out to council. And due to the fact that we need to manage time, I had thoroughly prepared to actually debate the matter.
Just hold on, Councillor Tefu. Those people that are giving out water, you just need to put it down and move. Please, you don't have to talk to the councillors. You are giving them water. Thank you, colleagues. We want to get done with the 2 days. Thank you, Councillor Tefu.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I will just try as much as I can to narrow down my my debate, as it was actually prepared and it was a bit longer, but I've been given 10 minutes, of which I need to narrow down at least to 2 or 3 minutes, and I'll try as much as possible to do that. And as an oversight committee, Speaker, we are duty-bound to put consistent scrutiny on all activities pertaining to the performance of the department. And in our efforts to do so, we are guided by a number of KPIs achieved by the department. And according to the performance summary, Speaker, the department had 19 KPIs to monitor in the 2025-26 business plan, service delivery and budget implementation plan. However, only 18 KPIs are applicable for reporting in the period under review, out of which 14 KPIs were achieved, while 4 KPIs were not achieved. This gave the department an overall percentage of 78%. And therefore, Speaker, we are also noting that among other things, the performance highlight, we welcome the public launch of the city's online spatial data platform and spatial plan management system, which is the first of its kind in our country. And this system introduces a centralized, transparent, and fully integrated approach to spatial data management, which means that there will be a consolidated spatial data from all city departments and municipal-owned entities. And the system will be a user-friendly, web-based mapping platform. We also acknowledge, Speaker, that there is room for improvement in many areas for the department, while we are generally satisfied with the performance of the department, as we were clarified accordingly on issues of concern during our Section 79 committee meeting. And on item 10, Speaker, we also know that according to the report, the JDA has a business plan that contains a scorecard with 20 KPIs, out of which 4 KPIs are not due for reporting in Q1. This left the entity with 16 KPIs that are due for reporting. And out of the 20 KPIs due for reporting, 1 KPI was not achieved, while 15 KPIs were achieved. The 15 KPIs achieved by the entity are sitting at 94%, while 1 KPI that is not achieved accounts for 4%. We are encouraged by the improved performance by the entity for the period under review, as compared with the same period the previous financial year, which was sitting at 69, and now it is sitting at 75%, which is a positive trajectory for the entity, and it is welcomed. And financial constraints on the side of the city impacted negatively on JDA and led to its inability to make payments of invoices within the stipulated 30-day period, resulting in some KPIs not being achieved in the first quarter. We'd like to commend the positive attitude as well as energy and hard work demonstrated by the CEO of the entity together with his colleagues. We would like to encourage the young and energetic CEO to keep it up and leave no room for complacency. Speaker, I will now move to item 11, because it is also worth mentioning. On item 11, Speaker, we note that the 2025-26 Service Delivery and Budget Implementation Plan indicate that the development planning is reporting on 19 KPIs for the financial year. During the first quarter, 18 KPIs were applicable, out of which 14 were achieved, bringing it to 78%. We are concerned about the decline in performance as compared to the first quarter of the previous financial year, which achieved 80% of KPIs. We are hopeful that the department will work towards improving and align with the city standards, with the energy, courage, and enthusiasm shown by the Office of the MMC. We remain optimistic, Speaker. We welcome all capital projects implemented in deprived areas as follows. In the Orange Farm Development Program, the Klaptown Multipurpose Center, the transit-oriented development corridors, which includes the Soweto SAF Phase 1, the Brixton Social Cluster, the Jabulani TOD, Kopanong Sports Complex, the new Terrefontaine Clinic, just to name a few. These projects, including those in the inner city, forms part of the positive trajectory by way of the recent green shoots, which are beginning to show in our city and country. Speaker, when Joburg works, South Africa works, and ultimately the whole of Africa will work. And as the ANC, after having looked and scrutinized all the reports, we are satisfied, and we therefore note the reports. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tefu. MMC Mgqina. Councillor Tefu, can you switch off?
I beg,
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Greetings to yourself, to the Chief Whip, Chair of Chairs, all councillors in the chamber. We note the inputs from councillors. I think, Councillor Suwai, you raised an issue on spaza shops. You needed a more detailed report. I think we can provide that report if you can also request it via Section 79. Thank you, Councillor Stewart, for the positive feedback that we are getting from yourself. I think it motivates us, and I think it will also motivate officials to actually do more improvements in their work. Also, I think we note also the concerns which we will raise with officials. Let's also raise those concerns at Section 79. I think it will help as they hear them from the horse's mouth. I think, thank you, Councillor Musehla, as well for presenting us very well and confirming that Mayor Nasipi is actually a content creator. Yeah, and the other points are noted. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, MMC. Can I have the member in charge, Councillor Caldin? Chair Caldin.
Thank you, Speaker. The Section 79 Committee for Development Planning recommends that Council note and approve the items. I thank you, Speaker. Colored lives matter. Your life matters.
Yes, my life does matter. Thank you so much. Colleagues, the recommendations are on pages 9.6, 10.4, 11.11, 11.12, pages 25.6, 25.7, 26.5, and 27.8. Are the items noted? Thank you so much.
We're now on item 12, and that is the performance assessment report for the Human Settlement Department for the 2025-26 financial year for the period July to September 2025, also read with item 13. And that's the performance assessment report for the Johannesburg Social Housing Company for the 2025-26 financial year for the period July to September 2025. And both items are read together with item 14, that is the oversight report of the Human Settlement Section 79 Committee on the 2025-26 first quarter performance assessment report of the Department of Human Settlement and the Johannesburg Social Housing Company for the period July to September 2025.
Thank you, STC. Member in charge, Chair M. Mpolo Bosho.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, then allow me to welcome officially Floyd Brink, the city manager of City of Johannesburg. You are welcome, CM. Now then, we have a pride and proud about you, because without then you, then we are nothing in this city. Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, then I can't waste time. Then I rise on behalf of Section 79 Women Settlement Committee to table item 12, 13, read together with item 14. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, member in charge. Councillor Harris, ACDP.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak to these items. I prepared a beautiful speech, but being a disciplined councillor, I'm going to note them. But before I note them, Madam Mayor, just say this. All the departments owing the Joshco money, please pay them. And then secondly, to this steering committee, there's a refrain going through these reports of no budget, no budget, no budget. Please give money to the Human Settlements Department. The reports are noted. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. PA Councillor M. Smosa.
Yes. Yes. Greetings, Madam Speaker, Executive Mayor in your absence, Chief Whip of Council, PA Joburg 11 under the capable leadership of MMC Kenny Kunene, fellow councillors and our distinguished guests, and to our beautiful residents. Colored Lives Matters. I greet you all in that powerful name of Jesus Christ. Today, I'm not just addressing council. I'm standing for the people of Johannesburg, residing in flats that has been built for 60 plus years ago. This was temporary accommodation that became a lifetime accommodation. Large families living in these small units. Excuse me. Large families that's living in these small units. No maintenance or services are done to these units, even before title deeds was issued. To name a few, Nuclear Flats, Westbury Flats, Clement Flats, Coronationville, Maxwell Court in Clement, dilapidated buildings, unsafe, and no urgency to move residents out of a disaster waiting to happen. Most of these CR units are in Ward 82. Raw sewer running inside and outside, broken stairs, electrical and water issues. Some residents has no power for months. Our old age villages has been forgotten. Yet provision is made for informal settlements and nothing for CRU units. Eldorado Park, Bosmont, Reveille receive sectional title deeds. Does housing officials understand what sectional title deeds is? Sorry about that. Yeah, do they understand what sectional title deeds is? And formation of body corporates, because now they refuse to maintain sewer drains, clean water burst pipes, Johannesburg Water, and also refuses to assist MMC to be kind. MMC be so kind and advise us who should service these areas that belongs to the city of Johannesburg, because when residents is putting up structures, it's a housing property, but when housing should when housing should unblock sewer drains, there's no assistance. Please remember that our lives matter, colored lives matter. Madam Speaker, thank you for this time.
Councillor Magwenchu, ATM. Councillor Smosa, can you switch off your mic?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I would like to note the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Magwenchu. Councillor Zigebe.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like to rise to note the report. Siyabonga mtungo ngomsebenzi omuhle wenzayo. Siyakubona mpintshami ukuthi uyapusha under difficult circumstances of under budget. Kodwa ke kuzolunga. Sibonisa izwi ngale ibiziwe budget ukuthi asukunika usebenza. Madam Speaker, my apologies for this LOA. I have a very dire emergency at home. If we are not done by 16:45, I would like to be excused. Yeah, thank you. Also, on item 24, the bed building strategy, and I think it says so, may I donate my minutes to Councillor Magwenchu? Thank you.
I hear some Mpincham, so thank you, Mpincham. Action SA, Councillor Nokubongo. Nokubongo? Huh? Okay, there's no such a person, and they scratched out the name of Councillor Matabane. So we are going past to Councillor Chen.
Oh, Speaker, I just wanted you to pronounce my surname correctly. Greetings to you, Speaker. It's Councillor
Where is the
Nkubungu.
person?
Councillor Nkubungu. Speaker.
On your right.
It says Action SA here.
No, it shouldn't be.
I'm telling you, it's Action SA.
It's Councillor Tambani. Okay, you are donating me to Action SA. It was Councillor Tambani, then scratched to Councillor Nkubungu.
Huh? It's fine, but it was Action SA here. But thank you so much, Councillor, for rectifying it.
Okay. What is fine, Speaker? Me standing up.
Okay, carry on, Councillor.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. I can understand. It's December. I rise to speak on Human Settlement Report, JOSCO Report, item 12, 13, and 14. On behalf of the African National Congress, Speaker, we are noting these reports with serious concerns in the manner that we are not happy with the performance of the department in the first quarter. We hope there will be improvement. And I would also like to echo the same sentiments that were raised by ACDP that these departments will not function if there is no sufficient budget. Let us not sabotage them. And I'm making a current call on behalf of the caucus that the department, Human Settlement, needs to have an ED, a permanent ED, so that issues can be fast-tracked. We can't only blame the MMC when administratively there's no permanent head. And the very same sentiment that JOSCO is what we need as the society of the city of Johannesburg. And the longer departments are taking to pay off JOSCO will make JOSCO to suffocate. We can't lose such a very prominent element of our city because of departments that cannot afford to pay. And we're hoping that the MMC of Finance, the city manager, will intervene in assisting that those departments that are owing JOSCO, make sure that they pay for JOSCO. In short, Speaker, we are noting the reports. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Chaim from the DA.
Greetings, Madam Speaker, Executive Mayor, Leader of Executive Business, Chief Whip of Council, Chair of Chairs, MMCs, Leader of the Democratic Alliance, Joburg Caucus, Councillor Belinda Kaiser Izonjoko, Chief Whip of the Democratic Alliance, Joburg Caucus, Councillor Nikiran, and the House at large. All protocol observed. I can't get my thingy down. Just hold on. Okay, I'm back on. Madam Speaker, I'm rising on items 12, Performance Assessment Report for the Human Settlement Department for the 2025-26 financial year for the period July to September 2025. The first quarter of this fiscal year highlighted a dynamic and unresponsive Department of Human Settlements actively addressing infrastructure, housing, youth empowerment, and community engagements. The Youth in Construction Summit was held on the 25th of July at the Brixton Multipurpose Centre. The summit empowered youth in the city of Johannesburg and connecting them with the construction sector. It is just unfortunate that the city does not care about its residents, especially the forgotten elderly. The city is failing. Joburg's abandoned elders are the old age homes with 81% of residents not paying, illegal occupants moving in, and maintenance at the breaking point. Many units have become uninhabitable while the city claims its hands are tied by low collections and soaring utility costs. The city of Johannesburg has lost operational and financial control of its 39 municipalities municipality-owned old age homes with fewer than 1 in 5 residents paying rent. There are substantial numbers of units standing empty because they are uninhabitable. The maintenance backlog is so severe that the city estimated its needs 87.7 million just to rehabilitate less than half of the portfolio it has audited so far. At the same time, thousands of elderly residents remain stuck on waiting lists, while some blocks in these homes stand partially vacant because ceilings are collapsing, toilets don't function, and electrical and plumbing systems are failing. In most of the facilities, there are residents living in squalid conditions. Residents consistently blame absent management, lack of supervision, and a system where no one is in charge and no one responds. Only 19.31% of residents across the 39 homes are paying rent in full and on time. This shows once again that there is no proper system in place to collect rent timeously. In September 2025, the city billed 55,431.92 cents in rentals and added 329,193.34 cents in interest on arrears. But after adjustment for unmanageable debt and write-offs, the city recorded a net negative collection of 168,000. In total, 872,000 was billed, but less than a fifth made it into municipal coffers. The old age tariffs remain extremely low, 217 Rand per month for a single unit and 435 Rand for a double unit. Even if every resident paid, the city would collect only 880,000 per month, barely covering electricity and water. Madam Speaker, the city claims, just give me 1 minute, sorry. The city wants to evict illegal occupants and place them elsewhere. I'd like to know where, because we all know that all T units are over-occupied. Homelessness has taken over the streets of Gauteng. Madam Speaker, Gogo Paulina Mbata, age 75 years, has lived with her 2 grandchildren, now 18 and 8 years, in Moffat View Retirement Village since birth. After their mother abandoned them, they grew up in the village and recently received a lawyer's letter giving them 30 days to move out. This is once again procrastination of the Human Informal Settlement Department. The Human Informal Settlement failed again to act on children being born in old age homes. Madam Speaker, behind the retirement village doors are elderly residents living in fear of collapse, fear of crime, fear of icy water and broken taps and toilets, fear of eviction and fear of being forgotten. Madam Speaker, during the G20, we were all very pleased to see Executive Mayor Dada out in full force cleaning the city of Johannesburg. Street lights started coming on, robots working, potholes being fixed. Unfortunately, all this only happened in the affluent areas, but not one thought was spared to visit retirement villages or the abandoned communities. Dada delivered Dololo. Madam Speaker, the city may not officially acknowledge it has lost control, but the building and those trapped inside them tell a different story. The Democratic Alliance has the interests of the elderly and the larger communities of Gauteng at heart. In the DA, all lives matter, not only a certain race. Come 2026, Helen Cllr will take the forgotten residents out of their misery. On a lighter note, Madam Speaker, I see you collecting 100 Rand notes for latecomers. I hope that money can be used towards the upkeep of the elderly. I thank you.
Yeah, ne? Councillor Nenemba from the EFF.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Good afternoon to you and good afternoon to the fellow councillors. Speaker, as the EFF, we note the report. Thank you very much. Speaker, I don't know whether is it possible to, I wanted to donate my minutes to item 15 and 16, which will be presented by Uno Ntantle, Councillor Khatebe. I don't know whether is it possible to do that. No, no.
If you are not speaking on that item, then you can't donate your minutes. You can't donate this minutes from this item to another item.
Okay, thank you very much,
You
Speaker.
must donate if you are speaking there. You can give those minutes.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. Councillor M. Tabane from the ANC. Oh, okay. So Nkubong spoke for everybody. MMC Mabaso, can you respond?
You know, I'm tempted to speak up because I thought the name of Ukok Helen was not going to come up in this debate. I am tempted now to respond to it. Hey. Speaker, ngiyakubingelela sawubona ngibingelela onke ama councillors akhona the city manager Dr. Floyd Brink, welcome and congratulations for your reappointment, Doctor. And we appreciate that you are back. We know that you are going to steer this ship into the right direction. Speaker, I will be very brief in my response. Safe to say, we appreciate all the comments and contributions from the councillors. And we appreciate that councillors have made a clear call to other departments that are owing Joshco to pay back the money, because that has affected the financial position of the entity. But I do wish to indicate as well, Speaker, that the latest or the last conditional assessment, which was done in all our council-owned stock under the management of the Department of Human Settlements, indicated that we require more than R1 billion to repair and maintain all these facilities. And the last budget that was approved in council, it had allocated 30 million for all this council-owned stock that we are managing as the department. So surely with the money that we have in our coffers, it will not be sufficient to respond to all the repairs and maintenance calls that we receive from the residents and the tenants. And that's why we are then compelled to reprioritize and also to look into the properties that are in a bad condition. And that's how we've been moving throughout, because we do not have enough budget to respond to all the repairs and maintenance issues. The issue of the ED, Speaker, is still in visit, and I have a confidence in him that he is going to assist the department to stabilize the leadership there, so which we really appreciate. And the last matter that I want to respond to, and I'm a little bit confused, Speaker, because Councillor Chaim started by lamenting about the illegal occupation in our old age facilities. But later on, she started complaining about us issuing out eviction letters to the illegal occupiers. So I don't know how I should respond to that, Speaker, because I know that she's been very passionate about us in the department dealing with illegal occupation in the old age facilities. Now, in the same vein, now she's changing, now starting to complain that we are issuing the eviction letters. So I think she must clarify her position to us so that we are able to assist her as well. But in that note, Speaker, I request colleagues to note the performance of the department. It's the first quarter. We are working towards improving, but stabilizing the leadership in the department will also assist us to address some of the issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, MMC. Member in charge, Chair Mpolobosho.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Firstly, I'd like to thank all coordinators, Kidiboni, to serve the committee for the whole year, January to December, and also the researcher, which is Mpumi. Thank you very much to serve the committee. and also then legal, Benny. Thank you very much. Without you, then we can't move. Thank you very much to support the committee. Madam Speaker, then I'm asked then Council to note item 12, 13, and 14, the recommendation on page 12.4 and 13.10. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much, Member in Charge. Recommendations on pages 12.4, 13.10, and 14.6 are the items agreed to. Thank you.
We're now on item 15, which is the performance assessment report for the Office of the City Manager for the 2025-26 financial year for the period July to September 2025. Read together with item 16, and that's the oversight report of the Governance Section 79 Committee on the first quarter performance assessment report of the Office of the Chief Operations Officer, Office of the City Manager, Group Strategy, Policy Coordination and Relations, Group Governance, Citizen Relations and Urban Management, Group Communication and Marketing, Group Legal and Contracts, Group Risk and Assurance Services, and Group Forensic and Investigation Services for the period July to September 2025.
Thank you so much, STC. Member in Charge, Chair Magwenchu.
The mic, okay. Greetings, Speaker. Greetings to the Chief Whip in absentia. Greetings to the Executive Mayor in absentia. Speaker, I rise to table item 15 and item 16. And in that, Speaker, I would also like to congratulate Dr. Brink on his appointment as the new city manager of the city of Johannesburg. Speaker, our committee is mandated by this council to do oversight on the office of the city manager. And I'd like to say, Speaker, I'm glad that finally we have a city manager, because now we have someone that will be holding to account. Because it was bad that we are doing oversight over the office of the city manager, which does not have a city manager. And we believe, Speaker, that we are going to have programs that will be addressing all the issues that were mentioned by the Auditor General. Because, Speaker, this committee, if you talk of governance, you are talking about the city. You cannot talk of the city without talking governance. We are at the heart of it all. And with that said, Speaker, I would like to table this report. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Member in Charge. ACDP, Councillor N. Mkonza.
Yes, thank you very much once again, Madam Speaker. Shalom, shalom. And allow me to also congratulate the CM. I hear now he's called doctor. I must congratulate you double for being a doctor and also for coming back. We welcome you back. And maybe the area of your focus should be on 1, GFIS, 2, legal and contracts, 3, I forgot the third one because I'm not going to present my speech, but obviously, please kindly focus on those because they impact very much on the performance, overall performance. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Mkonza. Councillor F. Ngwenya from the ANC.
Good afternoon, Speaker. Please be aware that I'll be speaking on behalf of myself and Councillor Smelane, who's also on the same item. Speaker, I believe that it is important to officially congratulate the city manager, Floyd Brink, who we believe is going to do well in making sure that we stabilize the city. And I also think it is quite important, Speaker, that I echo your sentiments that you started with in the morning when you said it is important that we congratulate the City of Johannesburg as led by Councillor Dada Morero and the executive for hosting such an important G20 summit. And I say that because, Speaker, it is important to remind that there are those in blue that at some stage were even lobbying the president of the country that the G20 must go there in Cape Town. So it is important that we applaud the executive mayor in absentia, the executive, and yourself, Speaker, and all the councillors here in Johannesburg. I think with that being said, Speaker, as for a caucus discipline, as the African National Congress, we note the item.
Thank you, Councillor Ngwenya. Councillor J. Apane from Action SA.
Honorable Speaker, members of Council, Fabulous 44, and most importantly, our esteemed residents.
Can you speak into the mic, please, Councillor?
Our esteemed residents of the City of Johannesburg. I rise on item 15 and 16, performance assessment report for the City for the Office of the City Manager for 2025-2026 financial year for the period July to September 2025. There is a drop of 1% in the overall performance of departments that fall within the Office of the City Manager for the period 2025-2026 compared to 2024-2025 financial year. With the appointment of the permanent City Manager, Floyd Brink, Dr. Floyd Brink, congratulations to you. We hope for the overall improvement of the service delivery for the residents of the City of Johannesburg. SA hosting the successful G20 summit was a good performance highlight. Action SA has always been against the influx of illegal immigrants and their business operations. We saw how the mayor was running around trying to implement what Action SA has been advocating since its formation in 2020. 5 years down the line, we now see the movement from the mayor simply because of the G20 summit. The best performing mayor in SA, being Dr. Nasipi Moya, is far advanced in rooting out illegal businesses there in Tshwane. Let me quote Mduduzi Chabalala.
Councillor Apane, what's happening behind you?
Behind who?
Behind you. This side.
What do you see?
Is it a councillor or is it, what is the person doing there?
I don't.
Is it IT? Thank you. Councillor Apane, you can carry on.
Okay. Okay, I don't see what you're saying, sorry. The best performing mayor in SA, being Dr. Nasipi Moya, is far advanced in rooting out illegal businesses there in Tshwane.
Just hold on, Councillor.
In the words,
there's a hand here. There's a hand. Councillor, I can't see your name. Can you switch off your mic? Use the next mic. If your mic is not working.
Is Councillor Mgaga Speaker? I just want to remind the Councillor through you, Speaker, he must not be comfortable. Next month, he's gone.
Hey, Councillor Apane, can you carry on?
Thanks for the compliment. Ungena aphi wena lapha?
Councillor, can you carry on with your speech, please?
Madam Speaker, I heard the assassination of the best performing mayor in the Republic. It's fun, it's coming from the Regenesis graduates. That person has graduated from UCT, and you can see the performance of what she has learned at that university and what she's doing. Incomplete reporting by municipal departments. Approximately 25% of the departments did not submit complete Q1 performance reports within the required timelines. This caused delays in the consolidation of citywide performance information. ICT infrastructure constraints, aging ICT systems in certain municipal entities hampered progress on smart city initiatives. Some digital transformation projects fell behind schedule due to system downtime and maintenance issues. Delays in filling critical vacancies, recruitment processes for several key management and technical positions were initiated but not completed in Q1. This impacted administrative capacity and slowed some service delivery interventions. Risk management gaps. Some departmental risk registers were not updated for Q1. This affects proactive risk mitigation planning and exposes the city to governance vulnerability. As Action SA, good governance is not just about ideals, but delivering tangible results. Our local government strategy is to prioritize basic services, water, electricity, sanitation, roads, and to restore failed municipalities. The executive mayor of Tshwane, Dr. Nasipi Moya, has launched a government tracker in the city of Tshwane so that residents can monitor progress of infrastructure, service delivery, financial stability,
45
safety,
seconds.
governance, and customer care, making it easier for ordinary citizens to hold the city to account. The city of Johannesburg can learn from this progressive initiative. Action SA knows this report. Thank you.
Councillor K. Jacobs from the DA.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak on item 15. Today we confront an issue that strikes at the core of Johannesburg's ability to govern itself effectively. The urgent need to restore credibility, accountability, and discipline within the Office of the City Manager, municipal entities, and overall governance systems. The Auditor General and our own Group Advisory Committee have raised the alarm about persistent poor reporting by municipal entity boards. The unreliable data, late submissions, inconsistent formats, and weak audit trails. These failures have severely weakened Council's ability to exercise oversight and delayed action on repeat findings. They also pose a threat to service delivery priorities, financial stability, good governance, and improved quality of life. The Q1 report identifies internal risks, including capacity gaps due to vacancies, delays in board appointments caused by political and administrative instability, unsafe and inadequate office space, and poor cooperation and reporting from municipal entities during reporting cycles. Financial pressures also remain, with acting allowances driving salary over expenditure. If we are serious about building a capable state, then accountability must follow non-performance. Not excuses, not delays, and not political shielding. Johannesburg deserves a government that can tell the truth, report accurately, and act decisively, and follow the law. These reports give us evidence of broken systems and dysfunctional boards that preside over them. For too long, the boards of municipal entities have failed spectacularly in their most basic duties of governance, accountability, and oversight. Instead of safeguarding the interests of residents of Johannesburg, they presided over chaos, submitting unreliable reports, missing statutory deadlines, ignoring repeat audit findings, and allowing service delivery to deteriorate unchecked. These boards were entrusted with responsibility, yet they've delivered only dysfunction. Johannesburg deserves better than the leadership that cannot meet the minimum standards of professional governance. The Democratic Alliance is the only political party with a consistent track record of good governance and effective service delivery. Year after year, The Auditor General commends DA-governed municipalities for achieving clean audits and upholding strong governance standards. The Auditor General ranks DA-governed municipalities as the best in the entire country. The Democratic Alliance stands ready to turn around the city of Johannesburg under the very capable leadership of the incoming Executive Mayor of Johannesburg, Mayor Helen Cllr. The GLU has proven itself incapacitated and incapable. But rest assured, after the upcoming local government elections, we will demonstrate what good governance looks like. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jacobs. Councillor Khatebe, EFF.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to the 29 EFF battalions, caucus whip, caucus leader, honorable councillors, and the residents of the city of Johannesburg. Speaker, before us today, the reports reveal more than quarterly numbers. They expose the deeper structural weaknesses that continues to undermine the city's ability to deliver stable, reliable, and accountable governance. Let me begin by making it clear that this is not merely another criticism from the EFF. It is a diagnosis, a clinical observation of the systemic challenge facing this city. This is offered so that the newly appointed city manager can fully understand the weight of the responsibility and the magnitude of the task ahead. It is our hope that the new city manager will tackle this enormous responsibility decisively and head-on. Across these departments, Speaker, that reports to the city manager, what emerges is a troubling pattern. There is strong planning and administrative activity, which is good on paper, yet weak translation into operational performance. These strategic departments have achieved high percentages on their key performance indicators, including policy alignment, hosting major summits, and producing statutory reports. However, these successes are not filtering into the operation arms of the city. The human resource instability remains one of the most damaging issues affecting performance. We are confronted with departments that complain about being understaffed, while simultaneously recording high level of absenteeism. In some units, salary expenditure consumes almost the entire operating budget, while dozens of critical vacancies remain unfilled. This is not a capacity shortage, Speaker. It is a sign of weak management, poor workforce discipline, and a failure to enforce standards across administration. A city that cannot stabilize its human resources environment cannot hope to stabilize service delivery. Speaker, equally concerning is the emergence of unregulated operational structures such as the so-called bomb squad, which continues to function without approved terms of reference or clarity on the qualification of its members. Allowing such units to operate outside formal governance frameworks possesses serious legal, ethical, and administrative risk. No municipality can claim to uphold constitutional principles while authorizing or tolerating parallel structures that operate in a vacuum accountability. Adding to this governance instability in the persistent failure of the Executive Mayor's Office to submit requested information on budget allocations, completed projects, and intergovernmental coordination. Oversight cannot occur in a vacuum. When critical information is withheld or delayed, the political administrative interface breaks down and the city becomes increasingly ungovernable. Speaker, taken together, this fund is it shows a city characterized by activity, but not by impact. They show outputs without outcomes and plans without implementation. The people of Johannesburg cannot live on reports. They require a city that works, acts, and delivers. The EFF therefore asserts that urgent corrective action is required. Stronger central coordination under the city manager's decisive action on financial recoveries, and stabilization of the workforce, proper regulation of operational units, and immediate rollout of digital tools.
MMC Zungu.
Thanks, Speaker. Greetings to yourself. Speaker, we note the comments from different speakers, and we are picking the positives from some of the speakers. But I think, Speaker, it would be wrong to not want to acknowledge the strides that the city has pulled up until now. There's not one councillor who would say he's not seeing any improvement in the city of Johannesburg in terms of what the city could do. We have not been perfect or have not been able to achieve everything, but indeed we're on our way to being a strong city. And it actually makes me laugh when one speaks about Tshwane all the time. I recently met the mayor of Tshwane in Brazil, and she was actually getting some tips from us, asking the executive mayor, how do we get it right in Johannesburg? So today, they stand here and say, Tshwane is better. Just because she closed, what is that place that she closed? In Zipi Ndombi. Just because she closed Zipi Ndombi. So that's about it. But Speaker, I think if one was to take a tour in between these two cities, the Tshwane and Johannesburg, just come down and see what we've done in Johannesburg. Go to Tshwane and tell us what looks better. There's a street here in town, it's called De Villiers. It was a bad street. But that street today looks like we're in another town. So I think Zipi Ndombi, anyway, it's gone, but is that all you can point out?
MMC, speak through me.
Yes, Speaker?
Speak through me.
Okay, no.
To councillor.
Speaker, no, but it's fine. Speaker, I request council to know the report. Thank you.
Thank you, MMC. To the, can we have the member in charge, Councillor Magwenchu, Chair Magwenchu?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I would like council to note and approve the report. Thank you.
Councillors, the recommendations are on 15.8 and 16.10. Are the items agreed to?
We are now on item 17, and that's the performance assessment report for the City of Johannesburg Legislature Department for the 2025-26 financial year, for the first quarter budget and performance assessment report for the period July to September 2025, read with item 18, which is the oversight report of OCOL on the 2025-26 financial year. I'm sorry, first quarter budget and performance assessment report of the legislature of the City of Johannesburg for the period July to September 2025, and also read with item 19, that's the performance assessment report for the Office of the Ombudsman for the 2025-26 financial year for the period July to September 2025, and lastly read with item 20, and that's the oversight report of the OCOL on the 2025-26 first quarter performance report of the City of Johannesburg, Office of the Ombudsman for the period July to September 2025.
Member in charge, Chair Ponsonby, is not here. Is there any member of OCOL present?
Thank you, Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise on behalf of the committee to table the following item from the Oversight Committee on Legislature, Quarterly Performance Report on Legislature and Office of the Ombudsman. Item 17, item 18, 19 and 20. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Nkonza, ACDP.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. As the ACDP, we rise to note all the reports, 17, 18, 19, and 20, and just a bit of advice to all our councillors that if we can become more matured, because if we can mention all the extremes in all the cities that were mentioned, and we won't go anywhere. In the city of Tshwane, Cllr, there's no water as we speak today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Mkonza. Action SA, Councillor R. To pronounce it.
Councillor Sihwai, Madam Speaker. Sihwai.
I'll practice it, Councillor. Soon I'll know it.
Thank you so much. Once again, Speaker, all protocol observed. Here, Speaker, allow me to focus on the performance assessment report of the Office of the Ombudsman for the period mentioned. It is quite concerning that one quarter after another, there is this one KPI that is struggling to move a needle. This is shown by the 5% reduction in active complaints older than 6 months. You'll agree with me, Speaker, that undercapacitated ombudsman and a lack of cooperation from other entities to help in resolving complaints cannot be good for the residents. Escalation of complaints and their speedy resolution from this independent body remains an effective mechanism to restore trust and hold the city accountable. Let's ensure that SLAs and MOEs with other entities are adhered to without fail. With those concerns, Action SA would like to know this report.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor M. Lobby, ANC. It's not here. Councillor C. Avant Smith.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, Chief Whip, fellow councillors and residents of Johannesburg. Today I rise to evaluate the Q1 report of the City of Johannesburg Legislature, an important moment for accountability, transparency, and the restoration of confidence in this institution. From the Democratic Alliance's perspective, this report must not be treated as a routine document, but as a thermometer measuring the health of our democracy and the effectiveness of the structures that are meant to protect it. Speaker, your office is the guardian of legislative integrity. It must ensure fairness, impartiality, and the consistent application of the rules of council. Whilst we acknowledge efforts within Q1 to stabilize operations, it remains clear that your office must lead in championing unbiased enforcement of conduct, timely rulings, and an environment where all political parties, regardless of size or affiliation, are treated with equal respect. The DA remains concerned about incidences where oversight mechanisms were slowed by avoidable administrative delays. Johannesburg cannot afford a legislature that functions based on convenience or political calculations. The reports we receive, including this one, are riddled with inaccuracies. The addendum content don't align with the body of the report, and we can only conclude that this is done to hide the ongoing failures we all experience, or even worse, those compiling these reports are either incompetent or plainly disinterested in their work. We need a Speaker's office that places principle over politics, efficiency over factionalism, and residents over rhetoric. We therefore call for a faster turnaround times on rulings and committee referrals, responses to formal communication from councillors, firm action against disorderly conduct in council, and a Speaker's office that is proactive rather than reactive in upholding ethical governance. Turning to the office of the Chair of Chairs, Q1 has seen efforts to stabilize committee operations. But stability alone is not victory. Impact is. Oversight committees exist to scrutinize the executive, evaluate performance, and follow the money. When committees do not meet frequently enough, when reports are tabled late, or when follow-up actions fall through the cracks, it is the residents who pay the price. The DA firmly believes that, that oversight must be fearless. It must be guided by evidence, by the Auditor General's alerts, and by the lived experience of Johannesburg's 6 million residents who face power cuts, water outages, collapsing infrastructure, and escalating service delivery failures. We therefore urge the Chair of Chairs, if I can get back to my thing, we therefore urge the Chair of Chairs to strengthen committee scheduling, to eliminate backlogs, ensure that consequence management is tracked and reported, and empower committees with proper research support, because oversight without information is oversight in name alone. The DA has long argued that the City of Johannesburg legislature must be an independent, professional, and ethical institution. South Africans, and Joburg residents in particular, are losing faith in government because they see institutions and SOEs captured, hollowed out, or paralyzed by internal battles. The legislature must stand as the people's last line of defense against mismanagement. We cannot do that if committees lack follow-through or if the rules are applied selectively. From the Democratic Alliance perspective, a legislature worthy of Johannesburg must embody professionalism, transparency, accountability, and efficiency. The DA stands ready to work with every councillor and every office in this institution to build such a legislature, one that is modern, ethical, and resident-centered. The Q1 report must not gather dust. It must drive action. It must push this legislature to do better. Joburg's future depends on it. Our residents deserve a legislature that stands firm, acts decisively, and insists on excellence from every department and every political office bearer. As the DA, we will hold the executive, and when we govern, ourselves to this ideal. The DA notes these reports. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor D. Baloy from the EFF.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Greetings to the caucus leader of the Economic Freedom Fighters, Dr. Cllr. Greetings to the Chief Whip. Greetings to the city manager in his absentia. Doesn't matter how much they kick you out, you always come back home. We congratulate you on the new appointment. And greetings to all councillors, all those who are sitting at an African table, I greet you. Greetings also to our guest. Let me just go through one or two things. I'm deeply much concerned that as economic freedom fighters, we stand here today and we hear that out of 135 wards, only 67 managed to hold a community meeting. The whole 68 failed to do that. I wonder who is this 68. But I've got a sense of feeling. Because some people cannot go to Alexander to hold community meetings. We are failing our people. Let me also take this opportunity to congratulate Dr. Mgeni Tsaku for cleaning Joburg so that we can have a successful G20. I salute you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Modise. Ooh, it's not me, it's the way they spelled it here. Modise from the ANC. Are you here? Oh, okay.
Greetings to the Speaker of Council. Greetings.
Try the next mic, Councillor. Can the person behind you? Oh, okay. IT.
Try it.
Can that other mic be switched off? Try your mic now, Councillor.
Thank you so much, Speaker. Greetings to everyone. Greetings to all councillors. Councillor Dada Murera in absentia, the Executive Mayor. As the African National Congress, we would like to acknowledge and note all the items tabled today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor. Chair of Chairs, Councillor Marema.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I would like to ride on the protocol that every other councillor has been observing, and without any further delay, because I can see that, Speaker, you're trying to get us through all the items. I want to, and for the first time, I think the sentiments that are echoed by councillors in this chamber, there is a sense of true reflection of what exactly is happening. Of course, there are a few things that I do not agree with that has been echoed around the biasness and all that. But all the constructive criticisms that have been echoed, I want to believe that it's something that we will do. It's work on progress. It's something that we will improve on. Not that everything that Councillor Evans Smith is saying it's incorrect. And of course, there are things that need to be ventilated further. But I am happy that there is an acknowledgement that the legislature has an improvement of some sense in its dealings. Speaker, without any further debates, I do not want to falter and want to get involved into the conversation of who the best mayor is, or whether MMC Wompopo, who are best than maybe MMC Ntwaku, or whether Cllr has water while others are content producers and others claiming elders to come to Joburg or what. I don't want to get into that. Suffice to say, we ask Council to note the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Can the councillor that tabled, please, you have 2 minutes.
The committee recommends, recommendation is that council approves the report based on the recommendation in item 17 on page 10, that the first quarter performance report of the City of Johannesburg Legislature Department for 2025 to 2026 financial year be noted. Item 18 on page 7, that Council approved 2025-2026 first quarter budget and performance assessment, noting the observation cited in the body of this oversight report. Item 19 on page 4, that the first quarter performance report of the Office of the Ombudsman for the 2025-2026 financial year be noted. Item 20 on page 7, that Council approve the 2025-2026 first quarter performance report of the City of Johannesburg Office of the Ombudsman for the period July to September 2025, noting the observations cited in the body of this oversight report. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, colleagues. Recommendations on pages 17.10 and 18.7, on pages 19.4 and 20.7 are the items agreed to. STC?
We're now on item 21, and that's the approval of the Main Reef Roodepoort Urban Development Framework for 2025.
Councillor Nkonza?
Thank you. Shalom, shalom, Madam Speaker. We note the report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Shay from the DA.
Honourable Speaker, fellow Democrats, colleagues and residents, welcome to the Johannesburg School of Governance, brought to you by the Democratic Alliance and once again approved by the President of South Africa. Let's begin by recapping on the previous lessons. Lesson 1, measurement. Lecture 2, sequence and foundations. Lecture 3 today is a simple one. Governance needs systems. And if your systems are broken, it doesn't matter how pretty your plans are. That's the whole lecture. Now let's apply it to the item before us. The Main Reef Roodepoort UDF is actually good work. It gets the corridor logic right. It uses nodes correctly. It places density where service exists. It integrates mining belt land intelligently. Somebody, somewhere, has learned at least one thing from the DA's approach to planning. So we are supporting the UDF, but with reservations. And the reservations have nothing to do with the document. They have everything to do with the city that needs to implement it. A good plan cannot survive a bad system. That's the central problem. The ANC can occasionally copy DA planning principles, but they simply cannot copy DA governance principles and systems. Without systems, you don't get development. You get delays, chaos, and excuses. This UDF depends entirely on specific systems that are currently collapsing. The archives. The UDF depends on historic data. Archives are locked, inaccessible, and in some cases, informally monetized. You cannot redevelop Main Reef if you cannot access Main Reef's files. The LIS system, the Land Information System. Core to land use certainty. It's been down for weeks at a time. You cannot run a good corridor strategy on a system that behaves like it's on holiday. CPMS. Building controls meant to support densification. Instead, the system crashes more often than traffic lights. In fact, Facebook reminded me yesterday that I made a speech 2 years ago on how the CPMS system is offline. Nothing seems to change ever. Enforcement. The UDF talks about safe, walkable environments. Enforcement collapses when inspectors can't retrieve old case files. It collapses when JMPD is so under-resourced that we have 1.5 officers per ward. No investor puts money into a corridor when the underlying systems are a gamble. Last time, someone that side may have said my source was too academic. Fine. Today we use a South African expert who has actually built successful government systems and who will be the next mayor of this great city. Relevant to this UDF is one line from Helen Zille's autobiography, Not Without a Fight. Caring for others is not a warm, fuzzy feeling. A caring state requires exceptional professionalism, strong systems, and accountability. That is the entire point. The ANC and their partners in decline talk about caring. The DA builds systems that actually care. You can plan all you like, but without professionalism, systems and accountability, nothing moves from paper to the pavement. This UDF shows flashes of DA thinking. It shows that the ANC has learned to drop. But a drop of learning does not overcome a flood of incompetence. A good plan cannot compensate for bad governance. And that is the gap between the Joburg we have and the Joburg we could have. Just a reminder that this is the final term of the Johannesburg School of Governance. There will be no extended learning program for slow learners. Next term, the DA moves from teaching to demonstrating. We believe in Joburg. Thank you.
Councillor J. Mosetla from the EFF. Councillor Mosetla is not here. We go on to the next one. Councillor Mbengwa from the ANC. Councillor Mbengwa is not here.
No, I thought it's Msetla. Madam Speaker.
Msetla is not here.
Okay. Madam Speaker, I've got, you see now you have done that black like me. I'm not Action SA. Can I get light? Madam Speaker, I have got simple recollection that you stayed in Venda at some times in your life. So allow me to just bring the vernacular proverb. The Venda proverb says, "Mwana wa mkwita hahangwi, mwana wa mbeba hahangwi mkwita." I'm not going to explain it. Those that have got relatives that are Venda, go and ask this. Now, why I'm bringing this proverb? I'm bringing this proverb because we have been coming from a past that is very painful. That was atrociated by the apartheid government, by Labantu Bohambo, who are pretending to be with us, who care about South Africa, that does not care about us. Now, I did not want to waste time and debate on this item because it's a straightforward that we needed to do that. Apartheid system was planned and well adjusted and indoctrinated into their generations. They don't love us. Now, while I am there in these whole things, I want to bring you this, that the UDF, the Rodiport and Main Reef Development, UDF, it is going to make sure that the imbalance of the apartheid is done away with, because it brings the haves and the don't haves in the same space. The coexistent, the rainbow that we are anticipating to have as South African championed, done by this ANC. But I wanted to assist something. There is Councillor who stood up there and was talking certain things. Yes, it is in the, we have already learned and then see how the DA behaves of Helen Zille. We are aware of how they behave. When their leaders come, they made sure that they shove away the critical documents. So Councillor Jacobs must go and ask what the previous speaker was doing. It's recorded, it's on recorded. It was also a package for Madanga Commission. Madam Speaker, we are here saying that this development is going to benefit our people. It is going to make change. And in that, I wanted to give this package to Councillor Keke of the area, that the abuse of our people in Ward 88, where the black people are forced to be taken out because they don't love us in Ward 88, with that lady known as Felicity, who is pushing the campaign to make sure that the people who are less fortunate due to apartheid are moved out. The lady called Felicity. Felicity. Yes, it's in Ward 88. Go and ask the councillor
Mbengwa,
there.
can you speak through me?
Yes.
You can't have a dialogue with councillors. Thank you.
Une crash na milosisi.
Yes, Councillor. Councillor, can you sit down? Councillor Belinda? Councillor Mbengwa, switch off your mic and sit down.
Awuyabona ngitshela ngathi une crash nami uyabona.
Councillor Mbengwa. Councillor Belinda?
Madam Speaker, I'm very concerned. I'm calling a point of order on Councillor Mbengwa, Rule 72. He's talking about Madlanga Commission without proof in this council chamber. That's the first one. The second one, he's talking about a lady called Felicity. There's no Felicity in this chamber. So he must really not mislead this house. We don't have any councillors. We do not have any councillors that are called Felicity, and he must not insult female councillors, especially in this matter.
Thank you, Councillor Belinda. Councillors on my left, Councillor Mhlongo, councillors on my left, Councillor Mbengwa, you mentioned a councillor from Ward 88. If you don't know her name, just remain on Ward Councillor Ward 88.
I said the word 88 councillor knows about. In that area of Randburg, there is one lady who is very racial called Felicity.
Okay.
They can go and investigate that. We're not going to have the total. Can I continue with my speech?
Councillor Mbengwa, just Councillor Belinda.
What is your
He's
problem?
not saying the councillor's name is Councillor Felicity. He is saying that he's making reference to someone in the ward. Councillor Schrader is not saying the councillor's name is Felicity. He's making reference about the councillor of Ward 88, and then he speaks about someone else in the ward. He's done with the councillor, he's making reference to something else in the ward. Councillor Mbengwa, can you get on with your speech and get done? Your time is running out.
When I started here, Ndori, bana bambeba abahangwe mkwita. Because haba batu abarifuni ndingazo Ndori ndichamba ndari hange ikahe wadienda ibura ngahe nomboro huna mutu ane avenga batu batsu zwino indido yapanda.
Councillor Mbengwa, please. Councillor Safumba.
Speaker, rekombela uri hava councillor but then evidence hapa noni ka chamber basonga amba zvichu bazve vasadzidivi rini arongoda hapa udotamba. We are here to work, please.
Councillor, both yourself and Councillor Mbengwa, I don't have an interpreter. Can we carry on and speak in a language that I understand? Councillor Mbengwa, please. Otherwise, I'm going to cut your speech and I'm going to let you sit down. Chief
Can I be protected?
Please. Councillor Mbengwa, can you carry on with your speech?
Madam Speaker, the Constitution of South Africa in its entirety protect my language as the first language that I can speak. And
Councillor Mbengwa, hold on. Councillors, I've had points of orders, and we can't have another point of order on the point of order. I have done with Councillor Safumba. I'm not taking your point of order, Councillor. I'm not at all. Councillor Mbengwa, speak through me and speak so that I can understand also. You'll compromise my vandaag. Please, don't do that. Thank you, colleagues.
Madam Speaker, with respect, Chivenda language is respected and is one of the official language. And I am allowed to can speak it the same way that the Afrikaners prat here in this chamber. Yeah, let's say that it's on agree. I'm also allowed to can dictate on my language. Okay.
Councillor Mbengwa, your time is running out. Councillor Belinda, what is the point of order, please? Just hold on.
Madam Speaker, do you see why we are talking about your biasness in this House? And you have seen it through the speeches that we talked about the legislature. The same FM3 you're giving to Councillor Mbengwa to just do whatever he likes. And when people raise points of orders, free speech are being stifled. We have raised this issue of interpreters for months on end. And this has not been done. Now it affects you, and you are raising the issue. Madam Speaker, can I ask you to please apply the rules equally to everybody?
Councillor Belinda. Councillor Belinda. Councillor Belinda, I have said I'm not taking a point of order on a point of order. This side, please, please. I have said I'm not taking point of order on top of point of order because yourself and Councillor Christians, when I do that, you will tell me I can't take a point of order on a point of order. So I'm not taking it. And if it sounds as if I'm not reprimanding Councillor Mbengwa, dan weet ek nie wat die taal moet ek praat nie. Councillor Mbengwa, can you stick? Can you stick? Stay on your speech. Speak to the item so that we can get done. Stop saying other things that is out of context with the item. Stick to the item.
Noted,
Play
Speaker.
up your gun.
Noted,
Carry
Speaker.
on.
Noted, Speaker.
Please.
I
And
won't
if
bring
you're
Helen
going to-
Zille
if you're
in this
going to
matter.
do-
I will speak to my
Councillor
speech.
Mbengwa, I'm talking. If you are going to do that, I'm going to cut your time and I'm going to the next person. So
Thank you, Madam
I'm
Speaker.
saying
As I
that.
conclude my speech,
Finish your speech and do your speech according to the item on the agenda.
As I continue with my speech on the item that I'm talking on, I want to say we, the African National Congress, are... I want to... What must I do now? Okay. Can I conclude?
Colleagues, I am honest. We want to get through this agenda.
I'm done. Can I
Councillor
conclude?
Masetla, is it a point of order? Because I'm not taking another point of order. Councillor Mbengwa, are you done?
Can I just conclude, Nje?
Just conclude and sit down.
The UDF in word of Councillor Keke Tabane, when this development is done, it will relieve of the homelessness, the houseless, the struggle that affect our people.
Can you hold on for 1 second? Councillor Masetla. You have 1 minute. 2 seconds, I mean.
Mara, you know that's not possible.
It's possible. You've already spent it.
Speaker, I'm raising this point of order to yourself. And I think you are the one who's derailing this meeting because you are entertaining the wrong things. You speak in Afrikaans, but you don't want him to speak in Venda. You've not heard what he said, but you're saying he must stay on the item itself.
Thank you,
So
Councillor
please,
Masetla.
let's allow each other to speak in our own
Thank you,
language.
Councillor Masetla. Thank you so much. Can you switch off your mic? Councillor Mbengwa, can you finish?
Speaker and the Chief Whip of Cllr, I did not want to get this house into disrepute. I value my rights. I value my roots. As I conclude with my speech, I'm saying the development, when it's done, it will be a relief to our people. And we are going to host and make sure that people that are affected, including in the areas where to be black, the same way like when we speak here in our vernacular, it's like it's a curse, are going to find a relief. I sit down and I say, the glorious movement of the African National Congress approved this, and we are requesting that we fast track these things and get funding because our people need dignity. Nda.
Thank you, Councillor Mbengwa. Councillor MMC Makafula, please respond.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and good afternoon to yourself and the House at large. Speaker, di khogoreo le maele ka moka re a kwele e bile a ngwetšwe fase re tla make sure re a fa MMC moqina. Ke a leboha.
Baie dankie. The recommendations are on page 21.14. Is the item agreed to?
Item 22 is Calvin Power Station and Egoli Gas feasibility.
Councillor Boer from Freedom Front Plus.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Fellow councillors, I'm raising on item 22, which got the names Calvin and Egoli Gas. Mr. Speaker, there's a party here in ons midde, a blue party. They're putting their hope on a 74-year-old Gogo to come and save the city. So surely we cannot blame City Power to put their hope on a 70-year-old power station to rescue the dismal financial situation of City Power. I cannot believe that we can even bring this item to council to consider buying back Kelvin, 70 years old. It got 2 units. 1 unit is already out of commission for the past 12 years. And now we want to buy this item to have cheaper electricity than we pay to Eskom. Yes, the electricity is 14% cheaper that we get from Kelvin than that we pay Eskom. But Kelvin cannot even supply our demand because they are at the end of their life. And now we want to buy them back. Egoli Gas, I'm not going to comment on Egoli Gas, but I cannot see that our electricity problem is going to be resolved by gas. But however, Madam Speaker, there are solutions, well, at least for City Power. Firstly, City Power is losing 40% of the electricity that they buy from Eskom. It got lost, either stolen, bypassed, but they're not billing for that. So that is the first part where they should address the losses. Secondly, the multi-party government in 2022 had a renewable energy in Daba. And maybe the city must go back and look at that plan. That addresses much better alternatives. Buying back solar from our residents at a much cheaper rate without any capital cost. Or even putting up our own solar farms on various vacant pieces of land in the city, mine dumps, closed landfill sites that we cannot use for 30 years. We can erect solar farms on them with a capital repayment structure of about 3 years. So we are going to waste money to investigate. We must not rather buy back Calvin, which we sold about 20 years ago, and now we want to buy it back when it is crippled and old. No, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you to you. Councillor Matthew Cook, Chair.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, our city is facing a structural energy crisis, persistent load shedding, rising tariffs, and unsustainable dependence on a single supplier. This is why Johannesburg's energy future cannot be built on outdated assumptions or old infrastructure alone. We need diversification, we need resilience, and we need innovation. The Calvin Power Station and Egoli Gas initiatives must form part of this conversation, and they deserve careful, honest scrutiny. Calvin has historically supplied cheaper electricity than Eskom, and Egoli Gas offers a pathway for us to blend fuels and future hydrogen compatibility, which good commends. These are strategic opportunities, but they also come with significant financial, technical, and legal risks that this council has to interrogate thoroughly. But Speaker, as good we must be clear. These assets cannot be the centerpiece of Johannesburg's long-term energy future. They are legacy infrastructures in a world that is rapidly transitioning to clean, affordable, and decentralized power. Good has consistently championed the expansion of independent power producers, rooftop solar, battery storage, energy wheeling, and green energy procurement. These are not theoretical options, Speaker. They are proven scalable solutions that cities across the world are deploying right now to reduce costs, to create jobs, and to cut emissions. Johannesburg must not lock itself into carbon-heavy, high-maintenance generation while the rest of the world moves ahead. Any feasibility study on Kelvin or Igoli gas must be matched with equal, if not greater, investment in IPP partnerships, embedded generation, and the rollout of renewable energy infrastructure across households, businesses, and public facilities. What Good will support today is this process, the due diligence, the technical studies, the legal clarity. What we reject is any premature political momentum that binds the city to enormous financial obligations before the data is all on the table. Speaker, we cannot repeat Eskom's mistakes, over-investing in aging assets, pre-estimating risks, and ignoring opportunities for clean, modern, decentralized generation. Our responsibility is to build an energy future that is reliable, affordable, climate conscious, and financially stable. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor V. Munyai from the Action SA.
Greetings, Madam Speaker, fellow councillors, the resident of the city of Johannesburg, and the member of the media, all protocol observed. As Action SA, Madam Speaker, in Tshwane, where we have our own mayor, our commitment is clear, Madam Speaker, is to deliver ethical leadership, fix government, restore service deliveries, where the DA failed our residents, Madam Speaker. We can see today here, Madam Speaker, people are catching feelings when we speak about our mayor in Tshwane. To our red wines, who are the offspring of the ANC, you have your own mayor here in the city of Johannesburg. Please celebrate your own mayor. I thank you.
Yeah, ne? Councillor D. Steenkamp from the DA.
Madam Speaker, the Democratic Alliance believes in energy security, lower tariffs, and a city that actually works. We therefore approach item 22 not with ideology, but with a hard question. Does this proposal protect the Johannesburg ratepayer, or does it expose them to another open-ended bill? On paper, this item sounds reasonable. Council is asked to note yet another process, more studies, more engagements, more roadmaps, and more alignment. Not a single rand figure, not a single time frame, and not a single guarantee. Let us be honest about what is being proposed. We are being asked to start a detailed studies into reacquisition or reintegration of Calvin Power Station built in the 1950s and Igoli gas. We are told Calvin is old, that it needs refurbishment, emissions upgrades, and possible conversion to cleaner generation. We are told Igoli gas could one day carry hydrogen or biogas. But here is the problem. Everything important is to be determined by a feasibility study. The costs, the economic impact, the financial model, the risks, the funding, and even the communication strategy. The city admits it does not know yet the price, the timeline, or the risk profile. Madam Speaker, approving this item is like agreeing to buy a broken down 1980s car at a modern showroom prices. Before you've checked the engine, the gearbox, or the rust, on the promise that someone will later tell you what it might cost to fix it. And when the bonnet is finally opened, you discover that the parts are scarce, the wiring is obsolete, the exhaust breaches environmental standards, and fuel system does not match today's requirements. At that point, you're already committed, and the bill has only just begun. This is what this item risks doing to Johannesburg. Yes, the report quotes a lower price, unit price from Calvin, R1.61 per kilowatt hour versus Eskom's R1.89. But that comparison ignores the massive capital cost of refurbishing a station that predates most of this chamber. It ignores emissions compliance, plant life, maintenance backlog, and integration risks. A cheaper purchase price per unit means nothing if the refurbishment bill wipes out the saving for the next generation. And Madam Speaker, look at the risk register in this very report. It lists underestimated refurbishment costs, deferred maintenance surprises, regulatory delays with NERSA environmental authorities, skills shortages to run the assets, and stakeholder resistance, including labor issues. In other words, the report itself warns us what might go wrong, yet still asks us to proceed without the numbers. Now let's talk about Egoli gas. Yes, gas can play a role in energy diversification, but again, the report offers ambition without arithmetic. Hydrogen one day, blended fuels one day, expansion one day, not today. Today we are told only that the economics are unknown and will be studied later. This is not a plan, this is a brochure. Madam Speaker, Johannesburg does not suffer from a lack of strategies, it suffers from a lack of delivery. Residents are angry because substations trip weekly, Ward 134 at the moment has entirely no power, cables are stolen nightly, transformers explode monthly, and tariffs rise annually. What they expect from council is not more studies, but hard choices, transparent budgets, and measurable outcomes. The DA is not saying no to local generation. We are saying no to blank checks. We are saying no to decisions without numbers. We are saying no to taking on a risk while ratepayers carry the cost. If the executive was serious, we would have been presented with a purchase or partnership price range, a refurbishment cost estimate, a funding model, a tariff impact forecast, and a firm timeline, and a proper alternative analysis. Instead, we are told we will get all that later. Madam Speaker, Johannesburg has paid later way too many times. Later became billions, later became bailouts, later became debts our children will repay. The DA will not rubber stamp another later. We support energy reform that is transparent.
Can you just take your seat? Councillor Rapadu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Sorry for the disruption, but I'm seeing for paid advertising there on the desk there. I'm not sure if Councillor Shea is being paid by the publisher to publish that nonsense book there. Can it be removed? Thank you very much. I'm sorry for the language. Thank you.
Councillor Steenkamp.
We will support energy reform that is transparent, affordable, competitive, and accountable.
Councillor Steenkamp. I'm not sure whether it is the afternoon or it is whether I've been tested today or what is it. Please, can we just put the book down?
Speaker, there's no space on the desk, so we decided to put a chair.
I'm seriously asking, is it just that Councillor Rapadu, Councillor Rapadu, you also, can we not do these things that we are doing? We are going nicely now. We are cruising nicely. You are now attracted to a book. If you want to read the content, ask. Asseblief toch. Councillor Shea, can you sit down, please? Councillor Steenkamp, can you carry on?
Thank you very much.
I will be taken to somewhere and you will not be with me. Councillor Steenkamp, please.
Thank you very much. I just want to recommend to Council, there's a book to read by Helen Cllr, Not Without a Fight.
That need to be undertaken. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Makamo. MMC Swahila.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Let me rise on already established protocol without any waste of time. Colleagues, this is a feasibility study to be done by City Power. And I can see that colleagues are now jumping the gun, wanting figures and timelines. those things will follow after those studies been done. How would they provide it now without a feasibility study being done? I think just a misunderstanding or misconception of what is actually need to be happening. You see, Councillor Buru, we know the concern that we are having around the age of the infrastructure itself. We must indicate that currently Kelvin is supplying us with 10% of energy that supply part of the northern part of Johannesburg. Now, with one plant being decommissioned, and I must indicate here that the Kelvin leadership itself were intending to move from coal to gas and re-establish the old decommissioned power station into gas and later take the second one into gas also as well, in an effort to establish what you call a clean energy and green energy. Remember that apart from coal, then gas become the second source to actually create what you call a base load. I think we must then give them a chance, but we've noted what you have said, Councillor Buru. But so far where we are, we must then transform City Power into, not from power energy into becoming an energy company. Taking consideration of the gas, some of the councillors spoke about gas and others, battery storage and so on, rooftop solar farming, including the empty land to be used for solar farming also. So those are part of our energy mix, colleagues. I think let's appreciate the councillors that they've noted this report. But then again, it's given that we're getting a cheaper energy from Kelvin as compared to Eskom. We must never be comfortable, councillors, that the report we get from Eskom that they won't be load shedding anymore. Johannesburg is a bigger economy. We must move from dependency from Eskom into becoming our own independent energy creation in the city of Johannesburg to maintain our economy to be where it is. Now that there is no more load shedding, doesn't mean that it can't come in future. We must actually think of our own internal city mechanism to actually create a most cheaper energy from our own residents. Thanks a lot. I request that council note this report. Thanks.
Thank you, MMC Cllr. The recommendations are on pages 22.11. Is the item agreed to? Colleagues, I'm going to ask again. Recommendations are on pages 22.11. Is the item agreed to?
Agreed.
What do I do? There's a mix there is a mix. There is a mix. There's a no and there's a yes. There's a no and there's a yes. Can we see those that says yes? Hey, sorry, I'm supposed to go to the no, to the abstention. Those who abstain, apologies, colleagues. Those who abstain, none, eh? Those who says yes, okay, yeah, no? You can lower your hands, councillors. Thank you. Those who say no. You may lower your hands, councillors. Thank you so much. Colleagues, there's nobody that abstained. The yeses are 128 and the noes were 62. So the item is carried.
Councillors, item
Just
23.
hold on. Councillor Niemand.
Yes, thank you, Speaker, for allowing the 60-year-old to stand on Rule 84, and we ask that the DA's opposition against this item is noted in the minutes of this proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you. Is it your birthday today? Oh, okay. Thank you. STC? LOEB?
Thanks, Speaker. Speaker, I rise to withdraw item 23. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll go to the next one. Item 23.
Councillors, we're on item 24, and that is office accommodation and parking facilities for the City of Johannesburg for the period up to 9 years and 11 months. Amendment of a contract in terms of section 116, subsection 3 of the Municipal Finance Management Act, and compliance also with section 33 of the MFMA.
Thank you, councillors. Councillor De Lange is not here, and we did not get someone that's going to speak on his behalf. Action SA, Councillor P. Kulu.
Madam Speaker, the Executive Mayor in almost his perpetual absence, the councillors of Action SA, all councillors in the chamber, the residents of the City of Joburg, Sanbonani. Action SA thanks the JPC for bringing this matter forward. The city's employees need proper office space, and there's not a dispute. The question, though, is how do we solve this wisely? This item, Madam Speaker, requests lease extensions of up to 9 years and 11 months across 6 buildings, plus over 10 square meters of new space. The cost? Approximately 1.2 billion. Madam Speaker, that is the money for potholes across the inner city, Soweto and Alexandra. That is water infrastructure for Westbury and Eline Meyer. That is library upgrades, community facilities upgrades. For instance, J.C. Lucas in Rosettenville is today abandoned and a den of criminals in evenings. It's going to be much worse as we begin the festive season. And what is worse for the residents is that today there are people in this chamber that are going to deny this. Madam Speaker, we observed 16 days of activism. Let us be honest and about priorities. 1.2 billion could fund GBV safe houses, trauma counseling centers, and dedicated response units this city desperately lacks. Meanwhile, City Power tells us daily that street lights repairs cannot be prioritized because there's no budget. Madam Speaker, Abo Mama, Abantwana, they walk home in dark, but decade block office leases are prioritized. We are saying no to GBV and femicide. Eh? Madam Speaker, every rent the city spends comes from somewhere. It comes from the Zokobu family in Fontaine paying rates and currently without light, as we are debating. It comes from Ukok Unzel in Rosettenville, a pensioner on a fixed income. It comes from Uzandi Matebul in Kenilworth, Toy in Lindbergh Park, both with ambitions to start small businesses. Madam Speaker, these rents, they come from families across Johannesburg already struggling with the cost of living. We are paying private landlords while the city-owned buildings sit vacant, with no assessment of whether the city's own properties could accommodate these departments. Madam Speaker, this council approved an office space optimization program to reduce costly leases, yet today we are looking into nearly a decade of the very leases that program aims to eliminate. Action SA stands for ethical leadership and accountability. And before spending 1.2 billion, we need proper financial analysis, cost comparison, and risk assessment. Madam Speaker, our employees in the city, they need and they deserve decent office spaces. The residents of the city of Joburg also deserve good financial management, and I know that we can achieve both with smarter planning. As Action SA, we note this item, Madam Speaker. We are also noting that this item gives a blanket authority to the new CEO of JPC to sign all documents without oversight of council. We also note that the item's failure to show the necessary information to inform us as councillors in making our decisions as demanded by Section 33 of MFMA. Action SA also notes this item intending to put the city in long-term debt instead of servicing the city and fixing our street lights. Madam Speaker, today we challenge the executive to be pragmatic, protect women, children, and families against crimes that happen at night because of street lights that are not functioning. Madam Speaker, as we commemorate 16 days of activism for no violence against women, children, and the vulnerable, let the city prioritize safety over potential wasteful expenditure, and that safety can be achieved through spending more money on correct priorities. But also, can this council believe in its own resolution? Because this item, as it is a great betrayal to this office space optimization program that this council also and JPC seek to achieve. In closing, Madam Speaker, let us not forget that the Deputy President of the country in Parliament confirmed that Action SA Dr. Nasipi Moyo, Executive Mayor of the City of Tshwane, is someone that indeed lessons can be taken from. And perhaps MMC Zungu, it is the Executive Mayor of Joburg, that with you as his team, have learned something from Intombi yakwaXhosa, and it is for that reason that Tshwane is celebrated today.
Councillor B. Nkomo from the DA.
Speaker, fellow councillors, and the residents of the city of Johannesburg, a good afternoon to you all. In the form of JPC, we have on our hands a revenue-generating engine for the city of Johannesburg, boasting a property portfolio of over 60,000 properties and land parcels. Yet today, we are confronted with a report that shows an entity drifting further and further away from this mandate and instead entrenching the city into unsustainable, muddy, and financially reckless transactions. Colleagues, I say this because today, JPC, an entity with an asset register worth billions, is asking Council to note a report amending and extending multiple office accommodation and parking leases for various city departments for up to 9 years and 11 months. Speaker, the attached report makes it painfully clear. We are being asked to do so without Treasury feedback, without complete financial disclosures, and without a proper cost-benefit analysis of alternatives. As this Council, we are asked to sign off on a long-term financial obligation that makes zero business sense. Adding further injury to insult, these commitments come with annual escalations of between 6 to 7% for all 6 transactions, which is significantly higher than inflation. With the city in financial distress, how can JPC or this Council justify and support compounding rental growth that will bleed the city coffers dry? The city is increasing leased space by thousands of square meters and adding hundreds of parking bays without any proper needs analysis or justification in the report. The report from JPC also reveals a deeply concerning pattern. Long-term leases with the heavy reliance on a single landlord, such as Muturo properties across multiple buildings, which include 66 Jorrison and JD House. This is not prudent property management. It is risk concentration, it is poor governance, and it raises serious questions about competitiveness and value for money. And let us not forget, Speaker, the shocking admission buried in the report. The city previously secured 75,000 square meters and 2,500 parking bays for the Metro Center decanting. Yet those buildings, Standard Bank and the bridge, are suddenly not available. We are given no explanation, there is no accountability and no consequence management. Questions need to be asked. What did that failed procurement exercise cost the city? Who is responsible? And why does the report offer no answers? Speaker, JPC claims that the rates are market-related, referencing the road report. But the road report is not an independent valuation, nor does it replace a full benchmarking exercise across the property market. In the entire 20-page pack, nowhere is there proper valuation evidence or proof that the city explored renovating or tapping into its own buildings before enriching private landlords. The oversight is glaring. Then we come to public participation, where the report states that no comments were received. Yet the public notices hidden deep in Annexure A are barely legible, buried among unrelated content, and provide no indication of proper circulation. On a matter involving billions over decades, this is unacceptable. This shows signs of a process designed to tick boxes and not genuinely involve residents. Speaker, the people of Johannesburg deserve far better. JPC cannot continue to behave like a passive tenant on behalf of the city. JPC must act like a property company, leveraging assets, reducing costs, generating income, and protecting the city's long-term financial stability. Today we have an opportunity to say enough. We cannot and must not approve these agreements until the following points are satisfied. 1, Treasury's inputs are received and tabled before Council. A full 10-year financial exposure is disclosed, including escalations and departmental impacts. Independent valuations and market comparisons are produced. An investigation into the failed Standard Bank bridge procurement is completed. JPC must produce a needs analysis and evaluate city-owned buildings first. And finally, a meaningful, verifiable public participation process is conducted. Speaker, Johannesburg is at a breaking point. We will not sit back while the very entity that should be generating revenue becomes a liability, dragging us deeper into crisis. Under a DA government, JPC will do better. Under a DA government, residents can get better. And under the DA government, this Council will do better. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Telekwa from the EFF.
Thank you very much, Speaker. and greetings to you, all councillors in the chamber. Greetings to legal as well, to people in the gallery, and our residents at home. I won't be too long. Firstly, I will like to welcome or congratulate our city manager, Floyd Brink. We say welcome back. And we also like to congratulate you on obtaining the PhD. PhD is very challenging and it's a very hard program. So it's a hard process, we believe, because you spend sleepless nights, involve intensive research, rigorous assessments, and long-term emotional strains. So we say our South Africa is proud, obviously people of Joburg are proud. We draw hope from what we've achieved. And yeah, thank you. So on our item, which is item 24, we're saying, as the EFF, we propose that the city gets its own building. Instead of leasing buildings and all, why can't we just have buildings that are owned by the government? And that will help us, obviously, in the long run, because those buildings will be there for the next 100 years, 50 years, or 20 years. But now we are leasing, 9 years later, we've spent the same amount of money that we would have spent on just building a huge chamber for all of us, or for the city. But yeah, we will move forward, we'll agree with the item. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Telekwa. Councillor Mbolane.
Greeting, Madam Speaker, Mayor Councillor Margaret, Arnolds, Executive Mayor Councillor Cllr Dada Morero, Chief Whip of Council, Councillor Kazamola Chauke, Chief of Chairs, Councillor Marema, son of the hunter. Greeting to councillors of the world-class African city, the caring city. Members of the media present here today, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, and fellow listeners at home. Madam Speaker, before I could start, I would like just to, through you, to just send a small nyana lesson to Councillor Cllr. Sometimes it's also good to read reports for what they mean, not what you think they're supposed to be. Because the report is very clear about the extension is for the additional 6 years, only since that's how long it will take for the office space optimization program for refurbishment of the Metro Center. Madam Speaker, let me first congratulate Joburg Margaret for achieving a clean audit. This clean audit is a testament of good governance and ethical leadership and dedication towards protecting public resources. Madam Speaker, today we table an item, and this item directly to good governance, business continuity, and lawful compliance under the Municipal Finance Management Act. Following the closure of the Metro Center, the city faced an immediate crisis accommodation to thousands of staff members responsible for delivering essential services. The initial decanting plan was disrupted when awarded buildings became unavailable, a reality beyond the city's control. In a responsible manner, the Johannesburg Property Company found substitute buildings where the city already had working compliant leases. These structures met OHASA accessibility and operational criteria, and they placed the city in a good condition. Madam Speaker, the contract in question pertains to office lease accommodation for Turbine Hall, Joburg Water, 222 Smith Street, Human Settlement, Bram Park, JPC, Legislature and Group Governance, Newtown Building, Metro Center, decanting, JT House, Mayor Legal, CMC Office and MMCs. And 66 Jurgensen Street is for Comtep. JPC has complied with all the requirements of Section 33 and 116 of these provisions.
Madam Speaker, let me clear, this is not a new procurement. These are existing contracts lawfully amended under Section 116(3) of the MFMA. Public involvement has been undertaken. The objections were received. Treasury has been consulted and we await final written inputs. And once obtained, they will be included exactly as the law requires. Opposition parties may imply that extending leases involves imprudent long-term spending. The truth is the contrary. Without this extension, departments will be moved, service delivery will fail, and the city will face operational and paralysis. This amendment promotes continuity, accessibility, and administrative stability for the inhabitants of Johannesburg. It is responsible government, it is lawful governance, and it illustrates the GLU dedication to transparency, due procedure, and uninterrupted service delivery. The approval of the report tackles the accommodation issue of the city of Johannesburg following compliance with the different MFM provisions. This is a compliance report after the competitive bidding processes were completed and awarded. We are not here to fabricate crisis. We are here to manage its responsibility, lawful, and in best interest of the residents we serve. Madam Speaker, let me close my speech by congratulating the Mayor of Johannesburg for hosting a successful G20 summit. The summit has restored hope in the future of the Joburgers and South African in particular. The summit has assisted South African in addressing major issues related to the global economy, such as international financial stability, climate change, mitigation, sustainable development, addressing inequality, and reducing vulnerabilities. Finally, I would like to thank the Mayor for keeping Johannesburg inner city clean. This has demonstrated that our current leadership is rather good. The leadership which we have now is quite all right. Lastly, Madam Speaker, before I conclude, I would like to, through you, Madam Speaker, since Councillor Shea is in the business of teaching out lessons, I'm pleading with him in the next council meeting. May he come and give us a lesson on how to fight genocide that is perpetuated by a brutal and dangerous murderer named Benjamin Netanyahu. Therefore, Madam Speaker, we're in favor of Council noting the grounds for the revision and giving the city permission to move forward with the contractual charges allowed by the MFMA. As the ANC, we vote for the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bolani. MMC Mabaso. Councillor Bolani, switch off your mic, please. Switch off your mic, Councillor Bolani.
Hey, Bolani, you must behave. Thank you very much, Speaker, and greetings to yourself once again, the MMCs and all the colleagues. Speaker, Councillor Bolani has said it mouthful. I think it's very clear in the objective of the report that one, we are extending the lease agreements from the buildings that we are utilizing as the city. Because I know Councillor Ubongani Nkomo has been a councillor for a very long time, he's well aware that these properties has been utilized by entities and departments. So it's not new contracts that we are entering. So we ask Council to note and approve this report, Speaker, for the benefit of the entities. And I think Umfowethu Makhathini uyiqale kahle when he said employees need a friendly environment to work. Wayeseyilahle ekugcineni ke kodwa kaseyibambe la eqale khona. Siyabonga Council uXulu.
Thank you, MMC Mabaso. Recommendations on pages 24.10 to 24.11. Is the item agreed to? Colleagues, it was definitely yeses had it. 28. Councillor Niemand.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. In terms of Rule 84, if we can please put on the minutes that we are opposing this item. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Niemand. Raadslid Boer.
Madam Speaker, die Vryheidsfront is ook nie ten gunste van hierdie item nie en ons wil graag hê dit moet in die notules aangeteken word dat ons hierdie item nie goedkeur nie. Baie dankie.
Dankie, Raadslid Boer.
Item
STC.
28 is a report on the feedback on the public consultation on the JCPZ bylaw feedback for nature reserves, open spaces, and cemeteries and crematoriums. A review conducted by the Section 79 Community Developments, Joburg City Parks and Zoos Committee.
Member in charge, Chair J. Mokome.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good evening. All protocols observed. Madam Speaker, I rise to present the final report on behalf of the Section 79 Community Development Oversight Committee on the JCPZ bylaws public participation process in relation to nature reserves bylaw, public open spaces, cemeteries and crematoria. Madam Speaker, I therefore table item 28 for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Makome. Councillor Nkonyane from the DA.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Greetings to DA caucus. Greetings to councillors. Greetings to the residents of the city of Johannesburg. Madam Speaker, I rise to speak on item 28, report on feedback of the public consultation on Johannesburg City Parks and Zoo, bylaws feedback for nature reserve, public open spaces, cemeteries, as well as crematoria review conducted by Section 79 Community Development and Johannesburg City Parks and Zoo. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I would like to take this opportunity to note that the bylaws currently under consideration have complied with requisite procedures. Furthermore, they have been developed in alignment with the expressed wishes of the residents of the city of Johannesburg, and also in line with the policies of the Democratic Alliance Party of the Clean Governance. The views articulated during the consultation reflect community voices, which not only justifies, but also reinforces the legitimacy and efficacy of the proposed bylaws. Though approval of these bylaws constitutes significant and commendable milestone, we must remain mindful that it represents but not one faced, it represents but one faced of much broader process. Responsibility for its effective implementation rests mainly in the executive, with particular interdependencies related to enforcement of the bylaws within the city's public open spaces. It is therefore crucial, Madam Speaker, that we establish robust framework to underpin the bylaws enforcement, ensuring that it remains both sound and actionable. Madam Speaker, it is also a fact that Helen Zille will be the mayor of the city of Johannesburg next year. And Johannesburg deserves better. And the DA shall govern. And the DA notes the report, Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Councillor from the EFF, Raloshane.
Thank you, Speaker. Revolutionary greeting to the EFF caucus leader, Commissioner Dr. Mzene Zwago, the caucus whip, Commissioner Tabisa Moabi, the 29 battalions of the EFF in the Johannesburg Council, Madam Speaker, fellow councillors, city officials, visitors in the gallery, and most importantly, the resident of Johannesburg. As EFF, we know the report. Is late.
Councillor S. Mashinini, ANC.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to speak on item 28. I'm not sure what Councillor Nkonyan is referring to, but there's no way that the city of Johannesburg will go back to 2016, where there was a DA-led government. As the ANC, we note the report.
Thank you, Councillor. MMC Zungu, acting MMC.
Thank you, Speaker, and greetings once again. Speaker, the report before Council reflects one of the most comprehensive public participation processes undertaken in this cluster. Between August and September 2025, the city through JCPZ and Section 79 Community Development Committee conducted 9 public meetings across all regions, including 2 virtual engagements targeting key stakeholders. A total of 711 residents and stakeholders participated physically or online. Multiple advertising channels were utilized: Provincial Gazette, local newspapers, website notices, social media, and WhatsApp notifications. This process strengthens good governance, accountability, and public trust. Key outcomes from this public participation: residents and stakeholder groups provided comments across 3 bylaws, 10 submissions for nature reserve bylaw, 66 submissions for public open spaces bylaw, 51 submissions for the cemeteries and crematoriums bylaws. Speaker, the areas of concern identified by Section 79 Committee, after reviewing the public inputs, raised strong concerns, particularly regarding the cemeteries and crematoriums bylaw. These concerns center around cultural and religious rights, clarity on exhumation provisions, operational feasibility for burial and cremation schedules, rights of families in entrusting and managing ashes. Speaker, amendment made in response to public and committee inputs. The committee proposal were accepted and incorporated, and JCPZ amended the bylaws as follows. Cemeteries and crematoriums bylaws, definition of medical officer health clarified. Section 14, section 2, updated to include the term without for legal clarity. Exhumation requirements, section 22, revised for clearer procedural guidance. Section 25, subsection 5, amended to safeguard cultural and religious rights. Section 36 expanded to allow cremations 7 days a week, including public holidays, between 8 and 2 p.m. Speaker, I think in summary, I would like this item, as much as there's inputs from different councillors, I think we've been transparent and fair enough that we could request council to note this report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MMC. Member in charge, Chair J. Mokome.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, once again. All protocols observed. Madam Speaker, I therefore recommend that Council approves the amended bylaws on nature reserves, public open spaces, cemeteries and crematoria as a final report with its accompanying recommendations. I thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. The recommendations are on pages 28.5. Is the item agreed to? Thank you.
We proceed with item 29, and that is the performance assessment report for the Transport Department for the 2025-26 financial year for the period July to September 2025, read with item 30, which is the performance assessment report for the Johannesburg Roads Agency for the 2025-26 financial year for the period July to September 2025, also read with item 31. That's the performance assessment report for the Johannesburg Metropolitan Bus Services for the 2025-26 financial year for the period July to September 2025. Also read with item 32, and that's the performance assessment report for the Metropolitan Trading Company for the 2025-26 financial year for the period July to September 2025. And the above items are read together with item 33, which is an oversight report of the Transport Section 79 Committee on the first quarter performance assessment report of the Transport Department, Metrobus, Johannesburg Road Agency, and Metropolitan Trading Company for the period July to September 2025.
Member in charge, Chair N. Cllr.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and greetings to you and all protocol observed. Madam Speaker, I rise to table item 29, 30, 31, 32, and 33 as read by the Secretary to Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. DA Councillor M. Crichton.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. All protocol observed. I hereby rise to speak on item 29, which pertains to the Transport Department's performance in the quarter. The Democratic Alliance notes with this report with some concern, as it's fair to say that before the MMC for Transport, Councillor Kenny Kunene resigned as an MMC and Councillor in July 2025, he had thrown us under the bus, and since his return in October, he has subsequently put the bus in reverse and gone over us again. The only thing that will save us from being thrown under the bus in the next quarter is that the bus will probably not be able to move because it will be completely broken down. One of the issues that we are particularly concerned about is the fact that the Rea Vaya fell short of its passenger number targets by over 12,000. This was mainly due to the fact that Piotrans, which has been under business rescue, has 45 new buses introduced that are still not operational. The passenger numbers were also affected by the inaccessibility of Rea Vaya stations due to vandalism, which indicates that we do not have adequate security personnel at these stations. Fortunately, there's another item here in Council that speaks to the commencement of a new bus operating company taking over the Rea Vaya Phase 1C, and we hope that the performance will improve. Public transport is a critical service, and these failures are actively undermining Johannesburg's ability to provide safe, efficient, and reliable transport. The procurement of 141 buses were supposed to, during the period under review, have been procured, has not commenced due to the funding model not being approved by the ABC Pty Limited Company. In terms of the 68 buses purchased for the reconfiguration and branding to be utilized for the Rea Vaya Phase 1C, it has not yet commenced during this quarter. The DA is extremely concerned about the ongoing delays to implement the Rea Vaya Phase 1C. At a time when residents are struggling with unreliable public transport and increasing transport costs, this delay is unacceptable. The DA also notes with concern the fact that the Johannesburg International Transport Interchange has not yet opened due to the fact that the process to appoint the facility manager has been restarted. The Orange Farm Complete Streets project has not commenced due to the reprioritization of budget. These are further examples of how poor financial planning and mismanagement under the ANC-EFF-PA coalition are failing residents of Johannesburg. Investments in transport infrastructure should be a top priority and not an afterthought. At this moment, the DA has to note with concern the shocking contempt that MMC Kunene is showing the Section 79 Transport Committee by not attending the meetings. When I raised this issue of the MMC not attending the Section 79 meetings at a council sitting in February 2025, I was told to not mislead council and that he does respect his meetings. However, we have the minutes of the meetings that reflects his non-attendance, and he has not attended a single Section 79 meeting since his reinstatement as the Transport MMC. With the shocking performance that has happened under his watch, one would expect him to take these meetings more seriously. One must ask, is this a case of avoiding accountability or just being asleep behind the wheel? Johannesburg's transport system is in a crisis, and like so many other aspects of the city, the transport department needs urgent intervention. The DA demands immediate action to resolve the delays with the Ray of Aya Phase 1C, strict accountability from the MMC and his department for these ongoing failures. The residents of Johannesburg deserve a transport system that is efficient, reliable, and well managed, not one riddled with delays, excuses, and absentee leadership. The DA notes this report with great concern and will continue to fight for a city that puts the needs of its commuters first. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor White Twala from the ANC.
Greetings, Speaker, Chief Whip, Chair of Chair. Speaker, I raise on item 29 and 32. Speaker, as the ANC caucus, would love to note the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Twala. Freedom Front Plus, Raadslid Boer.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. Again, I'm rising on item number 30, the quarterly report for JRA. When we see in the report, and I must commend the entity, they really did some maintenance work in the city. The city was looking better than it looked in for a very long time. But I'm also having concerns about this, and this is only for the first quarter, and I think in the second quarter they've overspent much more with the G20. But in the first quarter, the income was already 53 million rand under budget, while the expenditure was 17 million rand over budget. Our capex spending was standing at 24%. I'm just afraid that we are going to run out of funds, or we're going to underspend severely, and for the rest of the year, we are in for a very dark picture in our roads with potholes and maintenance and so on. One thing that we've spoken about various times on this department is the state of Christian de Wet Road in Region C, which was closed in March of this year after the heavy rains, as well as Doreen Road for the same reason. And this entity is sitting with 247 people between top management and professional qualified people. And I cannot understand that none of them can come forward with a plan to fix those two roads, which are one lane closed in one direction, which is a very, very dangerous situation, which resulted in fact to a couple of fatal injuries where people were killed in vehicle accidents because of the closure of these roads. And we really urge the JRA to give the highest priority in fixing those roads. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Raadslid. Councillor Mkonza from ACDP. Are you in the House?
Shalom, shalom, Speaker. We know the report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Mkonza. ATM, Councillor Magwenchu.
Thank you, Speaker. We note the report.
Thank you, Councillor Magwenchu. Councillor Marke from the ANC.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, the reason why you see Joburg so clean is because of ANC do care of their residents. And secondly, Speaker, the reason why you see Ipintombi toilets is because of Black Like Me product we're no longer selling like before. Thank you very much, Speaker. As the ANC, we know the report.
Thank you, Councillor. I don't see Councillor Kwamanda from Al Jama. Action SA, Councillor Ntlemeza.
Greeting, Honorable Speaker, fellow councillors, guests in the Cllr, and residents of Johannesburg. I rise to address the council the performance of the Transport Department for the first quarter of 2025 and 2026 financial year, covering the period July to September 2025. Honorable Speaker, after reviewing the latest performance report, the entity continues to fail to meet its targets. Metrobus remains on the brink of collapse, and MTC is not performing as better. We are even experiencing challenges with access to Wi-Fi here in the council chambers. These are not the minor issues. They reflect a department that is not functioning at the level of our communities expect and deserve. Allow me to start with the numbers. The department was allocated 573 million in capital expenditure for the financial year, yet in the first quarter, they spent R0 of that allocation. For operation, All right, for operation expenditure, the department received 2.19 billion. By the end of September, they had spent 351 million, which is only 16% of annual budget. Honorable Speaker, while the OPEX spending may show that the day-to-day operations are continuing, complete failure to spend even a single rand on the CAPEX budget is a serious concern. Capital budget are meant infrastructure development, maintenance, upgrades, and expansion. When CAPEX spending is zero, it means not much happened in that quarter. No progress, no improvement, no delivery. This failure has a direct and painful impact in our residents. When buses are not maintained or replaced, services become unreliable. When infrastructure upgrades are delayed, safety is compromised. When capital projects stall, our community lose lose trust in the city and its council. Honorable Speaker, allow me to remind the House of what effective leadership looks like. During Action SA, President Emen Mashaba's tenure as a mayor, Rea Vaya experienced real expansion with the new buses procured, improved, reliable, and strengthened oversight. The period showed that is possible when leadership is focused, disciplined, committed to the service delivered. Speaker, is unfortunately, frankly, unacceptable that today the roads of Johannesburg are disappearing before our eyes. Instead of safe, maintained road infrastructure, our residents are left with potholes everywhere, posing daily risk to most tourists, public transport users, and emergency services. This is not Johannesburg our residents deserve. It is not the Johannesburg we promised to deliver. Honorable Speaker, the message today is simple and clear. Targets must be met, budget must be spent responsibly, transport services must be improved. As Action SA, we know the report before us, but let it be known when it continued to demand better performance. Stronger oversight, meaningful improvement for the people of this city. We as Action SA, we are not waiting for G20 to showcase our capability. I thank you.
Thank you. Can we have Councillor Benjamin from the DA? Can we have Councillor Benjamin from the DA? Councillor Benjamin from the DA.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker, the DA caucus leader, fellow councillors and the residents of Johannesburg. Speaker, I'd like to be very clear. This is not an attack on an individual. This is an indictment on an administration that has abandoned the duty to the very people who fund this city. If he was here, the MMC of Grandstand would rise and sugarcoat this crisis. Allow me through you, Madam Speaker, to inform the House of his words in our Section 79 committee meeting, one of the very few he actually bothered to attend. We will fix the KI units, focus on the basics, get things working again. I will work with councillors to achieve this. Madam Speaker, perhaps what I missed in his speech was when he actually plans to start this, because here are the rains, and the communities are underwater, our roads are collapsing, KI units remain unblocked, and potholes have become open mine shafts. But the streets don't lie. The MMC and the EM both declared war on them. Well, we're declaring war on you. Madam Speaker, this is not leadership. This is not a plan. This is a choreography for the cameras. Quick patches for photo ops, while entire communities continue to suffer. When the executive mayor previously acted as the MMC of Transport, a patch of road in Roodepoort was suddenly repaired and looked very impressive on camera. Now, had he turned around 180 degrees, he would have seen the road directly behind him, a stretch that has been deteriorating for years, that spans both lanes, that even 4x4s mount the pavement to avoid the destruction. Residents who have to dodge craters just to exit their own homes. Our residents don't need performances, they need delivery. They need drainage that works, roads that are safe, and infrastructure worthy of a functioning city. And while the administration focuses on appearances, the numbers expose the truth. From a target of 7%, repairs and maintenance sits at just 0.59. Not 5, not 3, 0.59%. You cannot fix a city with 0.5%. You cannot repair stormwater systems, collapsing roads and KI units on the crumbs of a budget. Litigation fees. Costs are sitting at 27.9 million in a single quarter and rising daily. Residents are suing JRA because it refuses it fails to maintain its infrastructure. Money meant for repairs is now being poured into legal settlements. Financially, JRA is in a state of collapse. Operating cost, 70.89 million. Cash on hand, 889 million through overdraft, or let's put it what it is, a tuck shop budget. Accumulated deficit of 676.9 million. Shortfalls on asphalt and their inability to collect funds owed to them. Madam Speaker, this is not misfortune. This is mismanagement of a high order. But let me make 0.59% real for you. In Ferrick Street, Davidsonville, every rainfall, the roads are flooded and we have to beg for TLBs. There are residents who every day are reporting their vehicles being damaged. The G20 has come and gone. The cameras are off, but the residents are watching. The MMC, if he cannot handle true accountability, needs to vacate his seat. Appearance of responsibility is not service. It is a dereliction of duty. Thank you.
Councillor Komane from the EFF.
Speaker, honorable councillors, madume ke mahala, ra le dumedisa. Let me take this opportunity to greet the battalion of the EFF, led by the caucus leader and the MMC of Public Safety, Honorable Dr. Mgcine Chwaku, Thabisa Mohapi, our caucus whip, our distinguished guests in the gallery, as well as the residents of the city. Dr. Brink, welcome and congrats. We wish you well in your tenure. As EFF Speaker, we note the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Komane. Councillor B. Magwaza from the ANC.
You didn't want to waste time.
Ngiyabonga Speaker, ngibingelele bonke abasendlini abakhona, ngibingelele nalabo abangekho. I rise on item 33. As ANC, we note the report. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Magwaza. MMC Twako. MMC Twako, can we have a response?
We appreciate and we note the report. Thank you.
Member in charge, Councillor Ndlela.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of the committee, I will request the council to note the report. Thank you.
Councillors, recommendations on page 29.2, 30.11, 32.3, 33.18, and 33.19 are the items agreed to. Councillors, we have come to the end of today's business. We will be back in council. We will be back in council tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock sharp. See you all, and thank you very much for the day. I'm